Everybody, welcome back to another Saturday night of Film Club. And for Jay, we're again sorry because you've had two really hard-hitting history ones. It is now we're going the English side. We've not really had an English history. There's not many a movie that is there. We're going for 1970s Cromwell with a great leading cast of Richard Harris and Alec Guinness. Before we go on to that, though, Sandy, how you been?
Been really well. A little bit stuffy today with allergies, but otherwise doing really, really well. Thank you. Jay, how are you doing?
I'm also doing well. No complaints. Everything's going smoothly and on time for the arrival of Baby Nerd Takes, which is great.
Woo!
So we are just taking it day by day and enjoying it over here.
Nice. It's panic time. So
no, I gotta say, I have not had even the slightest bit of panic yet, which is good. So maybe the first night, actually home with the baby, talk to me then. I might be a little bit more nervous, but now I feel pretty good.
Okay, well, I'm just going to warn you. My kid, for some reason, today got up quite early, and then throughout the day, he started singing kind of disco, like September.
As you should. Night at the museum. Do you remember? Night at the museum.
Yeah, and he kept on doing it, and he did it for like
good taste.
Literally, probably for 12 hours. Enjoy, Jay. Enjoy that time. Because once you get to that time, I'll be in a different period.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah,
they do that.
Yeah, you're like, what? Why are you annoying me? And it's funny until it goes on.
I'll give you a hint though. My niece, when I was babysitting her once, I could occupy her for about 3 hours by giving her a roll of parchment paper like you use for baking. She was just crumpling and rolling and she was like a year old. Crumple and roll the roll and crumple a little more. And but it occupied her for 3 hours. A roll of parchment paper. Who knew? Little things will entertain them. So
I have heard that when your kids can self-entertain, it's a great bliss. So
a nice milestone.
So I'm hoping that's going to be something he does well.
When I was cooking, it was literally all I heard was he was painting quite well, as goes, but singing to himself, boss painting in the other room, and I was like, I don't have to do anything, but all I can hear is still singing. And I was like, okay.
As long as you can hear the singing, it's okay.
You might have to worry. But
yeah, but the thing is, like, has he found the white wall yet? But he's not bad. He doesn't do that. He's like, oh my god, literally, red circle. But everybody, welcome, chat. See Daryl and Abel there. Very much. Thank you very much for joining us for a bit of Cromwell. It's a hard history setting of it's a long movie. Like now this originally came up originally before Jay's time. This was literally, I called this one on mine and Sandy's movie recommendations for one of the biography ones. Now this is, and I even said that on this, I do it because of the period of time, not due to the historical accuracy of this, because it has two say great leads, Richard Harris and Sir Alec Guinness in this. Now we'll talk about the inaccuracies, because I'm guessing Sandy's read a book or
I have a couple of lists here. I have several legal size notepads here. No.
But this is like, now when I say this period interests me, it's a 200-year period I think interests me, from Richard III up to Charles II, what an interesting period. Like you have the Tudors, you have then of course unification of Britain under James the First, and then this, and then what Charles II did as well, and then everything in between. Grey, Mary, Elizabeth, a couple of golden ages, a few wives got beheaded. I think this is a very fascinating period of just 200 years where England, prominently, just went a bit crazy. So I put this in there because there's few and far between good English history movies. We've got, I think for what's it for 4 seasons. What's it called? Oh,
Man for All Seasons.
All seasons. What me and Sandy on this documentary, what we're going back to is that thing. That was our first pick.
It was just without coordinating it. We each made our list of biographies, and we were kind of joking around about, well, how many? It'd be interesting if we had 1 or 2 that might be the same. And our top pick for both of us was the same one, which is a Man for All Seasons. But you're right. Like I think Americans are very interested in the Tudor period for, not just the Henry VIII and, his, amazing impact on history. We're very into the costumes. We're very into the jewelry. We're very into the art of that period. We're very into the architecture of that period. So everything around, from pretty much from Henry VIII through, and, Elizabeth, the golden age there, and Shakespeare and everything that was happening around that time is just so interesting for all senses. And then the rest of British history for most Americans is like, it's too complicated. There's too much shifting, and they don't really understand the difference between England and Great Britain, and then England, Great Britain, and the United Kingdom. So, a film like this could be really instructive and entertaining. Unfortunately, it's not so much instructive, but it is entertaining. So we'll talk about that.
Yeah. So this one you both hadn't watched. So this is this is things. But of course, both know the stars, Richard Harris and Alec Guinness. Now, for the things is Oliver Cromwell. We'll get into the little bit probably past the movie about the history. An Irishman playing Oliver Cromwell. So straight away, that's a good little thing. There's a little bit of trivia. Apparently, we was the director told him it's a bit weird, isn't it? And he just laughed, just laughed it off like that. But we're going to. But yeah, the reason I say I picked this is because it is just. It's quite the performances I think are. Like there's sometimes Richard Harris goes a bit too much stage, but I think his performance is really, really good. I think Alec Guinness, I think he's amazing into it. Even though, like, before we get into the movie, did you both notice his slight hesitation on words? It was a slight pause.
Yes, absolutely. And I wondered if it was a stutter or an accent issue or what it was, because for the most part, I found his performance to be really good because it was rather understated versus the kind of over the top from Richard Harris and some of the other actors. But yeah, I noticed I was like, is there a stutter there? Like, what's going on there?
Now, originally he played it with a stutter, and it was Alan Irwin's production company. We'll have to talk about that. The Americans, that you need to kind of calm it down because we don't know the history. Because Charles I had a full stutter.
Wow.
Okay. So he was like, well, if you don't let me do the stutter, I need to do a pause. I need to like I'm getting, grasping the words.
Yeah.
So that's what Alex Guinness did. So no, I'm not stopping it because that's history, and I'm going to have that moment. So when you see him, like, there's a brief, isn't there? There's a brief moment in that. He was like, no, that's history. I'm playing. If you don't want me to have a stutter, then I play it that way. And that was taken out for the American market because they said they wouldn't understand why a king has got a stutter. Because it's not prevalent to the story.
Well,
I get it.
Why the things
like
that's
that.
awesome.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So that's it. There are, there's other bits that have been edited out, and we'll go on to that later. But I think that's great on the actor, to go, no, he still had it, and I'm still going to get it because people are going to know if I don't do it. Why does he things now? Of course, the accent thing is he's not English, he's Scottish, but he was educated abroad, came back. So I like his accents, not a true posh Scot. You get a proof, but it's like in the middle somewhere, and so it's like a.
But I also, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I also immediately I thought, oh, he's Scottish, he should have a Scottish accent. But then we have to remind ourselves that what we think of a Scottish accent today is not what the Scottish accent was back then. Neither were any of our accents. And to your point, most of the nobility studied abroad or was from a different country anyway. And so, we can't focus too much on the accent, but they shouldn't all sound alike. And so I think that's where there was enough of a difference there between, kind of the way he was speaking versus some of the other actors. But again, I'm glad you brought up the affectation there, because otherwise, that was kind of jarring for me. But otherwise, I thought his performance was by far the best performance. It was just, it reminded me a little bit of like in his best performances, Charles Dance is so understated and so good. And in Game of Thrones, you get a little bit of both. You get the over the top Charles Dance, and you get the very understated Charles Dance with a lot of gravitas. And that's what this was like from Alec Guinness. I thought he was very understated, very confident, and it made for a really great performance.
But I think it's probably like, do you want to be in a movie? It's about Oliver Cromwell. You're going to play Charles first. Okay. And he knew he had to wind it down because it's not a story about Charles. It's about Cromwell. So he's kind of the understudy, if you kind of get my drift there, to the main lead, Richard Harris. So I think he played it well because he needs to be reserved. I'm a monarch. Like, he looks the part. Like that's like
he looks like him. I mean, we have enough artwork of Charles the First.
There is he was the first. There's a word for it, and they
he liked a lot of pictures of himself. He loved to have himself painted. Like, he had a huge art collection, which was, of course, one of the first things that was destroyed after his reign came to a bloody end. But I think he really looked.
Spoilers.
He got the look. Sorry about that. He got the look, completely.
Yeah. There was good. Yeah, he looks a bit older, and he probably is a bit older in this, but the look, I was like, they've nailed that. Like, but he's known for that. He's known for that dress up, that kind of looking the part, I suppose. Like, look at actually Oliver, in Fragan. I always forget that's Alec Guinness. I was like, wow. So he does. He's an okay actor on my part.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. That's it. I think we've got a few of him in there. It'd be quite good if we ever finish Film Club in the next 20 years, is to see how many actors who was the top one out of all of them. That's it. But now I'm guessing, like, from the opening, we get this. I couldn't do it, like this panoramic shot of I'm guessing it's either supposed to be the Norfolk, the dunes of Norfolk, because it's really flat, or coming into Cambridge. Now, like, people, is really on the cusp. If anybody, like, you guys won't probably know where he was from, is literally, it's more Norfolk than it is Cambridgeshire, I would say. So you've got flat land. It's very, very boggy, but wet boggy. It dries out quite quick. It's like, so just perspective there. So he's really into swampland. They call, like, Suffolk, like, people who live there is literally just, sorry, this is going to be really weird because Americans probably don't know. It's like, do you know where Norfolk is? Norfolk is the chunk onto the right. and then you've got Suffolk, big things like that. And then just to the left of that, it goes into Hertfordshire and Cambridge and all that. But that little speck in the middle where Ill is, just to the right, is where the swamplands are. They call it Swampies, and anybody lives there, and they still call them today. They call them Swampies. So like that. So yeah, it's just a little thing. So I liked the shot, and I think it was really dramatic. I was like, you know, with the music in this, it's literally, oh, I'm at church. I feel like I'm at church.
That stood out immediately was the score, that it's just got that kind of operatic, you know, feel to it. Big, loud, you know, voices, the whole thing. It really nice throughout the whole movie.
Yeah, and I think it's original. I think the scores.
Oh, really?
I think all the scores, they purposely did it because original, because the music was lost of that time. So they were like, no, we need something that is really. So yeah, but then we kind of get, who's that over there? It's Oliver. And I do like his look, like
scowly face. Scowly face.
I thought the zoom into him here was a little funny, but it does set you up. You know,
there is parts in this movie. The girlfriend pointed out is like, it's that 70s, like you got that 60s, 70s thing. Is when they need to make it dramatic, they introduce like, even though the music's already there. No, we need to make it that, you know, it's a dramatic moment. I'm watching dramatic. It did make me laugh, but yeah, it's he gets called by two gentlemen back to his house in Ill, and so this is Essex, and I forgot the other one already. So we got Essex there. So we Lord Essex. Now this is where I'm going to go by just county names. Now Essex is a county, Manchester is a county. We're going to get that, but it doesn't mean the lords were in that county. We have like castles named in a different county that are in different, named by county that are in different counties. It gets confusing. So yeah, when they say Manchester, Essex, it doesn't mean they're from that place. So that is probably confusing if you get that. It's really going to confuse it. Yeah.
The way the titles get passed down,
it's just
primogeniture. It's not by location. Now, I do have to make a comment very quickly for those. I almost said uneducated. Let me say that a different way. For Americans watching this who may not be as historically astute, we would have associated these costumes, beginning with that hat we just saw, to the wide white collars, to the cuffs, and to the really goofy boots. We associate those with our Pilgrim Fathers here in the United States. And I think what a lot of Americans miss is that obviously those people came over from England. And so it's not, they may be surprised to see these costumes. Oh, what are the American pilgrims doing in England? No. It's the other way around. And this is exactly the time period, right? And there is one mention in this film of going to the new land or America. I don't think they say America.
This is it. Yeah, no. This is the part.
They do say America, whatever they say.
It's right at the beginning at this part, right? Because he says he's talking about wanting to go over there and leave in England.
Yeah, and this is the time.
New England. He's wanting to go to England. I think it was like
New England, great place idea.
So before I think it's 20 years before the death of James I is when, or James VI of Scotland, is the Mayflower.
Oh yeah,
so you've got that prominence. It's the Puritans, I'm guessing, or that's what we're getting to that. But yeah, this look is. It's the look. It's the look. That's it's
the look, and just for those who when you watch the film The Crucible, or I'm sorry, what is it called? The Scarlet Letter, The Crucible, whichever. It's the same story. They're wearing these outfits, and so for where Jay is in Boston, these outfits were very prominent because it was heavy duty puritanical sects up there in each state, in each territory. Where I live in Maryland, which was founded in 1634, so just before the events of this time period, if we're looking at 1640-ish, 1634 is when Maryland was founded, predominantly by Catholics. Each state was a different religious sect trying to escape whatever was going on in England at the time. Maryland, named after Henrietta Maria, the wife of Charles I, that we're going to see here in a bit. And as you'll see, she was a pretty tyrannical Catholic. But anyway, that I just wanted to point that out. It struck me right away when I saw the hat. I was like, oh, wait, no, oh, that's right. They came from there. It's all good. It's all good. It's technically good.
I think these are also associated with those witch hunt horror movies.
Yeah.
They literally, so they've got a bad, that kind of, like something goes on the Salem trials.
Yep.
That's what they went. Yeah. So I think there's a lot of focus of like New America, but not. Yeah, it's not seen as like an English way of dressing, but it was. So yeah, but yeah, in this scene, I can't remember this guy's name. But whatever. We're gonna get that because there is a lot of names thrown in and out, especially when we get to the commons sections of this movie. But they kind of instigate that, this. Now, I'm gonna have to do a bit geeky here. I'm going to have to explain something. And I mean that is because I don't think they set this bit up well, what period of time we are in the movie. So we believe now, Jay, I'm guessing, and Sandy, you're about to see the English Civil War. That's what this movie thinks. But in actual time, there is two bishops' war. And this is close enough. What they are speaking about is between the first and second Bishops' War. But in between that, there was a period of the personal control. I can't remember. Personal. It's called personal something. They nicknamed it. And it was an 11-year period of where Charles I closed down Parliament and said, I'm going to rule it myself. Now, what is more interesting, they don't really play on this. Okay, he was a bad financier. Yeah, literally, he didn't know how to get the tax in without not calling it tax. But he was a great connoisseur of the arts. Yeah, so he got like a theatre, art, music, all that kind of uplifted. And it was actually classed by historians as one of the golden eras of England. Yeah,
absolutely.
So it's weird. Then you're going to get onto the Civil War. So they don't really set it up that what is actually going on, because England and I suppose provinces, as well, counties and Scotland mostly, are kind of at war already. So there's a war going on, and this is coming out of the first Bishops' War to the second Bishops' War. And they could be classed as civil wars, but they were religious wars. Yeah. So how can I explain? Okay. Catholicism is just come really out. That's why I said it was interesting. 200 years, because you've got how many? Oh, when's Henry VIII? Henry VIII is 100 years, 120 must be. Then, of course, you had Elizabeth, her long reign, and the Europeans, mostly Spain, and the French attack. But you have also, at the same time as this period, is you have the Roman Holy Empire, is at war with Sweden, the Protestants, all that Scandinavia lot as well. So you've got that going on in Europe at the time. But that influence is coming over there is a lot of radicalized Protestants they want to get fully rid of the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church are
no potpourri. They don't like to smell nice. They don't like potpourri. I had to do that, but that's one of my favorite words, potpourri. Like they didn't want the idols. And I'm glad you mentioned like Scandinavia, because when I was reading the history works, I didn't realize that part of the influence. I realized I knew about the Presbyterian movement, but I didn't realize the Swedish church and the Scandinavian church, and how all of the different Protestant sects were going in different directions. And then, then the Puritanism breaks off, and the Calvinism comes from Switzerland, and it just, it's all over the place, and everyone's going in their little different directions, causing people to make decisions to either stay or leave. If you stay, you have to stay and fight. If you leave, you might have a better opportunity. And again, kind of back to the development of the colonies. The colonies drew their borders, based on, it was religion. It was religious groups of people. In Pennsylvania had William Penn, who was trying to be like, religious freedom for all. And most of the colonies, while they all claimed to be, for freedom of religion, free from persecution, it actually became free to persecute. At least for in Maryland, I can say that the Catholics that came over here with quite a bit of Catholic fervor, then wanted to segregate themselves from the others. In Delaware and on the east side of Pennsylvania, you did have that Scandinavian influence. So it was very interesting to read. You mentioned the early war being the Bishops' War. There's so many layers to this. It's why it's so complicated, especially if you didn't grow up with it. It's not just the people versus the monarchy. It's religion versus religion, and then the influence of the continent versus England. Really super complicated. I would advise anyone jumping into this, don't try to understand it the first or third time that you try to read through it. It's really hard. We think our history is complicated. Oh my God, we've only got 250 years of it. There's just so many layers to it. Makes it interesting, makes it hard.
I think you put in Discord, you put a picture up of one of the books. I went, yeah, this is really the Civil Wars, as we call them, not just the English Civil War. Is so like, like when your head starts to hurt. You're like, oh, I'm getting really confused now of who did what and what did what. And it's kind of, like lucky enough we had two victors, I suppose, like that at the things, but the race of history and the lives of history, I think, get very mixed up, and then you have to kind of take your own view. There are certain there are bits that are clear cut, and I think this is where this movie kind of misses out for, but they did it unfortunately with a producer's involvement. So as we said, this scene, Parliament's being brought back for. Sorry, he brings it up. So this is the short Parliament, it's called. So they've been brought back because I think there's really vague parts. The Scots are invading, so they need to kind of get the king needs to levy some taxes to get an army together against the Scots. Whilst they're saying that, is they're kind of petitioning Cromwell to, if we do this, we can get him out. We can, and he's dead against, a republic. He's dead against that, the almighty, he's divine. He's been selected by, God himself to rule the country. How dare you, kind of things like that. So it sets up a different kind of content through history, because at this point, Oliver Cromwell in history is a minor. He is a minor player within the history. He's lucky enough got things, but they play him out that, Essex, Essex is a high member of the Commons. Why would he go to him? They would send him like a runner. Look, you got to come back to Parliament. Parliament's been now things, and I think at this point he is Huntingdon. I think he's a Parliament elective Huntingdon. So they kind of go, get you back, and he gets his backup is the best way to do it. That I'm going off to New England, the Americas, because England is not a place for young men to, what's he call it? Young men to kind of thrive, isn't it? Kind of like
prosper.
That. You have a prosper. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So at a moment, I don't like that bit. They're like, they're not like the things at this time of period. You got England, okay, but you've got the hardship. Oh, this is it's not even a country. You have little villages and towns scattered in provinces, I suppose, of America, and there's a distance between them. That is hard. Imagine being a settler in the mid 17th century in anywhere on the east coast of America. You're like, no, and there's some TV shows and say, I'm like, no way you could have got me there. The only way you could have got me there if I was a bound, shackled, got over there the best way to say it. But yeah, that is hard.
Not an easy trip. Nope. Especially at this point in time.
Weeks.
This is the 1600s.
Yeah.
Okay. So you at max. Okay. I mean, I'm sorry. At a minimum, it's 3 weeks, but it's not going to be 3 weeks. It's going to be 4, 5, 6.
It's like Tomby just raided. I saw that. So
hey,
just popped up.
Thank you. Hey, Tomby.
Hello,
and all the Tomby Raiders.
Yeah.
Thank you. But there's nothing there. You know, like I said, Maryland was just officially founded in 1634, which means the charter was granted to Cecil Calvert, who never made it. Okay, so think about that. Think about all the people who were granted the lands in the colonies who actually never made it. The first 2 Lords Baltimore, that's who was granted Maryland, never made it to Maryland. It was the 3rd who finally got here. It was hard to get here. It was hard to live here. The entire East Coast of the United States, as Jay can attest to, from where he is in Boston, 400 miles from me, 300 to 400 miles from me, all the way down to where I am, all the way down to the Carolinas, completely different environments and
absolutely
climates and landforms and a lot of swamp and a lot of I live in Maryland.
Animals, creatures, everything. Like it changes almost state to state.
Some crops thrive in, the crops that thrive in Maryland. Maryland's soil is very clay, so that's why we have corn and tomatoes and tobacco are the big crops. But just an hour away in Pennsylvania, you can't grow any of that. So it's just a very harsh. Now it's not a desert and it's not, Arctic, but you don't just pick up and go. You either are in dire straits to come here, or you're, the myth that only the poor and downtrodden came to America is not. It costs a lot of money to get here too. You either had to have the money to make the journey, or you indentured yourself and your family for years and years and years and years. You made a contract to work for usually 7 or more years. So anyway, sorry, I'm going down that history path, but
historically it was correct. He wanted to leave. And that's, I think, and if you go by modern day, he would be a thoroughly rich middle class. He can't be, he's not upper class because he hasn't got that rank, I suppose you want to call it. But he's father was a magistrate, so they've got prominence. They own a lot of land, and them to we're gonna go, they're going there with money, so they're gonna be they're gonna own a lot of land if they went there. So I like how they play on that. It's just the play on the rest of it annoys me, but I like it. It's like that, and of course it straight away you get how Richard Harris is gonna play it. I'm going to play it with a stern voice every time.
Oh, yeah. The stage presence was immediate in this one, right from this scene.
Would you say immediate or would you say overdone?
I would say it comes on pretty strong in the beginning here, and a few other times it is a bit overdone. But but that is one thing I feel like I've noticed watching a lot more movies from this era, or even just a decade or so before that we've done for Film Club, is you can still feel so much more, or not still feel, rather that more so you can just sense how much stage presence or how much they were kind of transitioning from stage to film, a lot of these actors at this era versus today. Like you never really feel like you see stage presence or stage acting in movies today that I can think of off the top of my head for the most part. Not like you did in this, 50s, 60s, 70s era of filmmaking where, I think I say it a lot when we watch these. It's just you can tell these actors came from the stage, from the way they act, but also the way they just move around these sets. The way you can just tell that filmmaking in general was taking so much influence from how do we go from what we do on stage to bringing it to film type of thing still at this point, which I can appreciate. It's kind of like a chapter in film history that I really like.
Very much like you could, every time he turns, or like a lot in this, he turns away from the actors to like give his presence to the camera.
Exactly. And you can, if it was an audience. Yep.
Yeah.
You can tell that they were still figuring out like, all right, how do we bring from stage what we all that magic and put it into film now that we have, these different technologies as they went from 50s to 60s, 70s.
But that's it, like, because I think it's probably like, like how they panned in and out of them. Like this one has some weird cinematography, but in a theater, just dim the lights, and then the other people take a step back into the darkness, and then the focus on, and then look at me, I'm the one speaking to you. Don't have to concentrate. Whereas, of course, everything else is in focus still. So in movies, so it was like, well, how do I make me prominent? I'm talking like this. I've got to be abrupt, and like some of it. The speeches are really good. Some of it you're like, you could have just what are you talking to?
Yeah, you just tone down a bit, right? I think in this movie more than ones we've watched in Film Club so far, I've noticed that this one had more of not just because sometimes it's just the dialogue, the way they act that you can tell that they were a stage actor. There's a strong stage presence. This one to me felt the most like even just the way they were manipulating the sets, moving around them, like you said there. Turning his back to the other actors and facing just the camera as if it was the audience on stage. Like there was just that much more stage that you could feel in this one, which was,
oh my gosh, you're right.
Didn't ruin it for me or anything. It just like, I was like, ooh, yeah, you can really tell this is almost like it's almost like if it was a stage adaptation or something. Like they really wanted
to, but only with Richard Harris's parts. I think everybody else has died down. Probably maybe a bit of Timothy Dalton's character, Rupert, where we're going later. But the rest, I think, a bit dulled down. It's just like they've been told to you need to up one of the main stars. You need to up it. So after this scene about New England, we're going to take we can petition the king, more to be, especially what they're trying to say here is like take him away to be a figurehead. We get another incorrect part of history. So we have the king's troops, I suppose you want to call them here, taking the common land away from the commoners. They start smashing up a fence that's been petitioned up. One of them says the king's the traitor, gets kind of arrested. Cromwell jumps in. This man worked for me. Who's ordered this? Then we see Manchester. This land has been given to me and my mates. Like that. I think he actually says mates, doesn't he?
Something mateys, like that.
Mateys. Yeah. To use it to better it. This never happened. What Charles did very sneakily is if you didn't live on tax land, you got taxed. So if you still lived in the fields, you still lived in the woods, what a lot of people still did, you got taxed. That was it. His most tax that he did, what outraged people, was called the shipping levy. Britain's an island. We need ships like that. But what he did is previously is all the tax came from the counties on the waters in the seas. And then he taxed everybody inwards. So all the landlocked counties then got taxed. That's mostly what he did. And there's a few other ones. But we're not going to go into a taxation history report. But yeah, this bit, it's supposed to show, I suppose, for the next scene, the brutality of the king's men, I suppose, is that is supposed to give you a hint of they're brutal. They don't like the king's ordered this. It will be done, I suppose, like that. And it's even to the next part. What side of things we kind of Manchester there in his flamboyant dress. And this is like the culture things, what you would wear. And then, of course, we get into I'm guessing Sunday church. So everybody turns up to the Protestant church. No qualms. Oliver sits down, and then we see him look up.
He looks up,
and we have a Catholicism cross.
quite
I guess,
simple though. It's a
yes,
cross, but compared to the full on Roman, Catholic, highly ornamented stuff, this is pretty simple. But the Protestant leaning toward Puritan churches, the Sunday service was primarily focused on the lesson, what you're learning and hearing from the priest, the preacher. Whereas the Catholicism, Catholic rite is more about the whole pageant, the rite itself, the symbolism and the pageantry and the whole process of the mass, versus the lesson being a really short part of it. But all the rest of it is what the Puritans would call the idolatry. And it's gold. It is, I guess, because all right. So I grew up Catholic, going to Catholic church, and going to one of the most highly ornamented ones where I live, with paintings and all kinds of wonderful, which I love as a lover of art and history. Absolutely love it. But that is the offerings of the people that go to buy these things, and the offerings of the people should go to help other people, not just, as AWOL says, not just for the bling. So it does offend him. I don't know. I thought it was over the top for this one little cross, but that's just me.
They completely missed out, and this is again why this happened. This probably this is Hollywood kind of or whatever film. It's golden. They want wooden crosses. The Puritans, they don't. That's what they want. Charles I realized what was happening in Europe and kind of wanted to stop it. Is have one single Britain religious, so everybody had the same thing. So people got downgraded, people got upgraded. This was an upgraded church because you had so many sets were reading from different Bibles, and there was so many different ideologies within different sets in Europe that came across, especially from the Dutch as well, and Eastern Europe, where they were a bit more hard hitting against the Catholics at that time. And he wanted, no, you can have one religion. So it all kicked off against the Angelic group, Scotland, that they would read the English Bible. So everybody would have this one church, would have one rule. He was going really off what Henry VIII originally wanted. Elizabeth tried to instigate a little bit. Of course, nobody kicked off. So that, in this period, set off what I think is the Second Bishops' War, because the Scots went, no. Now, what is true to that is Charles is a Scot. So he got brought up with that Anglican preaching, I suppose, like that. So he, went against his own teachings to try and give I'm guessing one state, one Bible thing, because at this period there is only Protestants. Like if you're going to go black and white, Protestants good, Catholics in England, you're going to get killed like that. You have to convert, or you're going to get kind of wiped out. Ireland, we're going to that later, but that is really it. And if you believed in Catholicism still, you hid everything in the cellar, and you had secret meetings. So to do this in a area that is highly prominent in Puritans was, that's it. And of course, in history, Oliver was one of them, and he was an extreme one of them. He literally fed into the kind of Puritan way of life. Is he lived it, bred it. That's what he did. So for him to see this, and of course in the movie again, he kicks off.
He's gonna go off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He stands up, boys. Probably not. He's higher rank than most because he's sitting at the front. So it's obviously it's probably his church. Maybe he like it's on his land. Is he has a go at the clergyman who's there, and he tells him, "No, this has happened. One of the bishops come on. It's an order from the king." And he just rips it down. Everybody's in shock and awe. And then, of course, whilst that's happening, a gentleman starts wandering in. And it's the one we just saw who had an argument with the King's Guard, and he's lost his ear. Now, I think, is this actually real? Because this looks like 1970s, really good. I put it up there, so you two might not like this, but I think this is like, this guy didn't have any ears, because this looks real.
Oh, we'll have to look that up.
I
was assuming it was makeup.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's makeup, because I feel like if you look at kind of his sideburn going up to his hair there, you can almost see the shape of an ear possibly underneath that.
That is still good though. It's still good for 1970s.
Really, really good prosthetics, whatever it is.
Yeah,
I forget what they call it for it, but really good makeup effect work there.
Yeah.
I thought that actually stood out to me as well. I was like, damn, that looks pretty good for 90. Even the scar on his forehead. Wow, that actually looks pretty good for
they cut the cross on his forehead.
Yeah. But on this, it's supposed to gets Oliver's back up. The king did this on the king's orders. So it's a good little. Everybody's a bit annoyed, and then we get our first.
And there he is.
Giles at prayer. And he's at prayer. We don't know what place it is, but Sandy. This is actually anybody. So this is Hatfield House in Hertfordshire. He didn't live there, but it's one of the grandeur homes of English society. Sandy, you noticed a few mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't live there. He lived primarily at Whitehall, which would have been in London proper. It does not exist now, except for some parts of it, which we call now Banqueting House, I think, which is a wonderful place to visit, by the way. That's one of the places where you do get to see the artwork preserved. In several of the shots around the exteriors of this building, and I don't want to spoil it for people, but I look really critically at windows. Good old historic windows have wavy glass, and I spend a lot of time actually prying those beautiful panes of wavy glass out of window frames to try to preserve them. So you'll see a couple of shots around windows here. It obviously is the first thing to go in old homes, and you can't have homes that aren't waterproof, so you have to have windows. So you'll see kind of the windows are not of the period. You'll also see some of the brickwork in some of the corners of the building, as there's different shots going around the exterior that definitely is not of the period. I even saw a couple of downspouts. We didn't have downspouts back then. We would have had water would have been angled through some kind of a concrete or brick formation that would have poured the water away from the roof, but we wouldn't have had modern downspouts, which you'll see if you watch this film again. Look for the downspouts. Those probably didn't come around until, I don't know, maybe the late 1700s. We are way too early for that. So just those sort of things kind of get a little annoying. I think where they did do a really good job is if you look down, because I'm always looking at the surface. If you look down, it is mostly gravel and dirt, which is correct. Now, today in these locations, it's probably been bricked or asphalted.
Have you been to Hatfield House? Sorry,
I've not.
No, okay.
It's not one that I've been to, but obviously for the purposes of filming, they've covered up whatever paved surface with dirt and gravel, which is appropriate. But I always look down to see what are they walking on, because sometimes some films you see concrete, they didn't pay attention. But this one, it's the downspouts and the windows kind of attracted my eye, and as well as the fact that no, he did not. This is not a royal residence. I don't think it was anyone's royal residence. And
it was given before, so it was. I can't. It has been used royally in the past, and I can't. Somebody's gonna have to in chat.
I'll have to look it up.
Okay, there is a famous king that died, and whoever preceded them, they had to tell him at Hatfield House. So I think it might have been one of the Elizabeths, and I can't remember it's first or second. They were at Hatfield House when it actually happened. So I'm sure it's one of the Elizabeths.
Well, it is it's the home of the Cecil family. So the Robert Cecil was, Queen Elizabeth I's one of her favorite advisors. So that's who it was who owned the estate. It was given.
Yeah, so that I know it was given to James I to use, and he hated it. And I said, well, off stream. Then he had Cedars Park Palace, he in Broxbourne, and then that got burnt down, destroyed. But yeah, apparently it's not nice. It wasn't nice at the time. So I'm guessing over the periods, probably the next few centuries, it may be uplifted. But yeah, it has a very historical matter that. Because it's so close to London, it's like where it's situated is like I suppose like the corridor to the north. Let's say that into the Midlands at least. And then
apparently
of course
still occupied by the descendants of the Cecil family. Pretty cool.
Yeah. So
Pretty cool.
But yeah, he wouldn't have laid there. As I said, stayed there. He would have been prominently. Early in his life, he probably, he would have been Hampton Court Palace, Windsor was still, of course,
Whitehall,
and then, but yeah, they have like not palaces, I suppose you would look at that. Yeah, they have like grandeur, like the next step down from a palace in London. Of course, most of them got destroyed in 1666, Great Fire of London. So yeah, mostly all lost. But yeah, we get that. We get this introduction of this stately home, and then we get our first royalist, Edward, Sir Edward, who is to meet.
Nice pajamas. By the
way. Yeah, but the thing is, like, I would laugh at this time. You would, if you had to wear that, you understand, like, Downton Abbey is where they had people to dress you, because if you had to get, oh my god, I got to get this on.
I can't even imagine. Like, a suit is bad enough to have to put on. Never mind something like this. It's ridiculous.
Oh my god. But yeah, you have the next one. And this is the Earl of Stratford.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Who I call Sticks for short.
So. Yes, Stratford. Who is, I don't think he was like this in real life. Let's say that a very he's got I couldn't place the actor's like accent. I think he was like it's like an East South Yorkshire one. It was like a Wakefield accent. I really don't get it. But this the history of this, like, he's just been lost in this. He was a variant of the English like in the Roman Holy War. He then, of course, went to Ireland. He was prominent in there, fighting, I suppose, back the Irish. But in this, they kind of go, "You've been at a bog. How bad are you?" Like that, and it's like that, and he's very he's like an old man, like an old Yorkshireman, kind of. Really, it's a really weird accent. I just think I couldn't get it. I was like,
he's Patrick Wymark. Do you know him? Do you know what else he's been in? I don't know anything else about him.
Doesn't ring a bell.
Let's have a quick.
Patrick Wymark.
I will say though, as we're
Where Eagles Dares. There you go. He was Colonel Turner.
No,
never saying that. But yeah, the
Witchfinder General. Okay, he
Battle
played
of Britain. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, there you
go. One thing I would point out while we're looking at this picture is I thought the costume design of this was really good. All their different outfits I thought were really well done. How historically accurate they all were, I'm not sure. But I thought the costumes were actually really well done in this. And this is another example.
There's a lot of work for these costumes, too.
I thought the hats looked great. Like this hat here, Charles has one on. I think in the first scene we see him a black hat that's got that little fold up. Just look, it looks really good throughout the whole movie. I kept seeing V for Vendetta whenever I saw him.
with the mustache.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The hats, the
Mustache and the
stash,
hat.
the hair.
But yeah, so I think they did. I think I read a trivia. They had 2,000. They made 2,000 royalists costumes for this
Wow.
movie. That is good. That is
really well
that
done
is
too. At that,
yeah.
Well, I don't want to spoil my review, my final little slide here,
Go for it.
but I have to. So this film won one Oscar, and it was for costume. So Jay, you're spot on.
Makes sense.
It did win an Oscar, actually,
Makes
and a
sense.
BAFTA. It won the Oscar and the BAFTA
It
that
does look
year
good.
for the costumes.
Even the Puritan costumes, again, that classic over here in America, we'll recognize them as the Pilgrim costumes. Not costumes, outfits. But in the movie, they were costumes, obviously. But the Puritan ones, they're simple. It's nothing crazy to them, but they look good. They look authentic. They look like they should. They immediately struck a chord in my mind, just from the visual appearance of it. Obviously, knowing they came over from England originally. But yeah, like the simple ones, great. These more complex ones, also great. I thought the costume design was just really well done.
Yeah, and it's like how movie trickery is now. You probably could get away with not doing it good. They've done it well. They've done it well, like everything. So it needs to look good on camera. I think it's good. Yeah. But yeah, like so the next bit, yeah, once we get to that, we get like a little sit down that Marie have taken Charles. This is Charles, would be Charles II, Prince of Wales at the moment, to the Catholic, I suppose, prayer, whatever you want to call it, while he was at the Protestant one. Didn't happen. She did it quietly in her own room. She was very, kind of converted, not fully, but understood it. She still believed in Catholicism, but did it quietly. Nobody knew that she was doing it. There was rumors. That was it. So this to be out in court, it wouldn't be as such. But yeah, I think it's just supposed to show Charles is the first kind of his family dynamic, and he's got you see this as well. You got him, and he's got a second. I suppose you want to show that later. But yeah, then we get on, and we get Oliver. Of course, he's been from the first scene. He's been recalled to Parliament, and of course to Westminster Hall. Now, this is great. So this was fully built. This, the set around here.
Yeah, studio.
The studio fully built it in Shepperton, West London. They actually, this is fully built. Yeah, of course it's, it'd just be like scaffolding behind it, but they
right. Still impressive.
Yeah, still impressive. And I was like, wow, that is good. And yeah, this they went off all the papers, all the old architectural scripts that were there, because again, from the Fire of London, they mostly lost. So there was hardly any real, except for sketch works, like kind of painter. A lot of people said what they did here was really good, but that must have taken
awesome.
I didn't notice that was fake. I would never have noticed that was fake.
How good is it?
Yeah, really good.
But the inside St. Stephen's Hall at Westminster is still there, and the world would have seen this part of the building in real life very recently, because upon the lying in state of Queen Elizabeth II, this is where her body rested, where the public could come and pay their respects over a few days. And it was, televised. There was an entire YouTube channel 24/7, showing all the people queuing up and going to pay their respects. And in the floor, which exists today, there are brass plaques for each of the monarchs whose body has lain in state there in this hall. So now there's a marker for Queen Elizabeth II. And you can tour. I've been there. You can tour there. It's what's kind of interesting is, like, when you see this on television, or when you see the House of Commons or the House of Lords on television, from where the camera is, and obviously they use a wide angle lens because they're trying to get everyone in. It looks huge, but when you go there in person, it's so tiny. These halls are so small. And I've been to the House of Commons, and stood up in the gallery and looked down. I was like, oh my God, how do all these people? It must be stuffy in there with all those people sitting shoulder to shoulder in this room. Whereas like our Senate and House of Representatives, they're massive, they're huge. It's a lot of space. These are really small areas. It's really, really cool to go visit. And you know, anyone listening today, you can go visit the interior part. This one little hall still exists from back then.
Yeah. So sorry, Daryl always gets
wow.
There we go. Close to 4,000 costumes made, 16,000 separate props items were found or made, and thousands of wigs ordered from over Europe. There you go.
Wow.
That is good. Yeah. I knew it was in the thousands, but yeah, that is ridiculous. Yeah. But yeah, I don't mind like this, these scenes. I know it's like, it's a bit cramped. I'm guessing like a lot of like people would get confused of what is going on because it's not Parliament or a Parliament that you would know as today. Like I suppose even an Englishman would get confused that the right hand side is the opposition, the left hand side is the actual sitting one, but it's not like that. There is no prime minister. That's not even that doesn't happen for till the 1740s. I'm guessing there was a parliament like that, actually elected prime minister, an elected, parliament. These are the best way to call it is if you ever heard of wigs. Do you know what wig is?
Well, they were the party that came to the United States that were primarily turned towards supporting, one form or another of separating from your country, versus the Tories, who were just like your Tories, who were for remaining, more of we didn't call them royalists and anti-royalists here. We, basically had the Whigs and the Tories, and then they broke up into a whole bunch of other little factions after that.
So the Tories weren't a really thing. Really, now you got the Whigs is more like like our lords. You have unelected because of their stature, because they've been given the Earl of something, the Earl of Manchester, what is prevalent in history, and then you have what Oliver Cromwell is. He is a landholder, so he would there's not an election. There's like 3 people that would have gone, who wants to go to Parliament? Yes, me. You're going then. That there's no there's no voting for the people, even though they keep on going on about this throughout this movie. There is no voting for the people.
Nope.
It is only the wealthy, and I mean the extreme wealthy, that has any say, and it's not a voting process. Of course, women's rights are out. Like that's not way down the line, a few centuries away. So to kind of them to always play, and I think he even does it in the next speech, of the will of the people. No, there's no will of the people. It's we're making money, and I think it's even Manchester goes on right to the end. Is like, what are we here for if we're not here to make money for ourselves? And yeah, you are. You're doing taxation against wherever landhold you are, against the people. The people don't have a say. The people are just there. They're in your way sometimes, but you can get money off them. You can make them work your land. So it's very I suppose it is from your independence war. That saying, it is, the right of the people to do taxation without representation, blah, blah, blah. They play on that a lot in this movie as, no, you're playing on what happened in America, not what happened in the Civil War, because they keep on talking about the people. The people still didn't get a vote, even if you go to the early colonialization of America. The people who were there didn't have a vote. It was some rich people with bigger clubs, and they brought over their men. That is how you ruled. And so them to say this in this constantly throughout this movie, it's not a thing. It's not even, there's no premise of it through, like, even you would have, like, there's nowhere in the world that is known at the moment that has a democratic constitution or whatever you call it, voting system. It's not known. You've still got the what
it's
would we
being
call
written about. Like all the philosophers are starting to write about, and it won't be for another 100 years, that then you've got John Locke and some others who start to write about, the rights of man, and and then you get the American founding fathers, and then what leads up to your point, all landholder, all rights and rule and decision making was based upon how much land you owned, but for practical reason, because you had more of a stake in how that land was used, who could live there, who could farm it, what animals you could hunt, you had more of a stake the more land you had. So that's what, and as a landholder, whether it was real or not, you were also responsible for the people who worked your land. So the benevolent landholders would be taking care of their people, so they would be making decisions, yes, sort of, kind of, on behalf of their people, in order to keep themselves prosperous, so that they could take care of the people on their land. It gets there through the back door. We get to democracy through different ways in different parts of the world, and through the back door here was, well, landholder bad? No, landholder might be good. But yeah, this film takes a lot of shortcuts with, but it maybe kind of had to, because when
100%.
when the topic is so complicated, and again, layering the religious aspect with the, the, landholder rights of man, there are just so many slices and ways to look at this entire conflict. You couldn't do it justice in 2 hours if you tried to hit on everything. So they did have to take a lot of shortcuts around that.
I think they do, like even like you have this is the I must be the short parliament. I can't remember, like, who's this guy? I thought his name. Oh, this isn't.
Which one?
They say it, but I forget.
Which one is this?
I'm looking him up.
When they come in and list the 5 names of people they're looking to arrest, I missed all of them except for Cromwell's.
Oh my god, yeah. So he kind of uprides, like this was kind of true. Pym, is it?
John Pym.
Pym, yeah. This would have happened. It's probably not in this way. It would probably be more backhanded. Is if the king wants us back to levy taxes, then he has to make concessions. And it was a true act that no king would have accepted. The king is almighty, like that, like what they asked for. And this, they kind of make out it's a bit less, but they went straight in of like, we want to take all your powers away from you and everything, and more. So he was dead against it. They would, like, most of them who did it were, as history knows, normally the people who are the winners are out for themselves. They're not doing it for the correct reasons, let's say that. So yeah, would it have happened? Yeah, 100%. But as we see in this, if like with Cromwell's at the back, he wouldn't have spoken. He's so, at this period of time historically, Cromwell is minor. He is a nobody. He's there because he's got a Huntingdon, little place nobody really cares about, but he's got influence over that little bit of land. Great, you're here because you're elected, but you're not one of the big boys. You're not here to make influences. He would never have dared to stand up as he does, Richard Harris, and do his speech in Parliament. He's just not big enough. He's as what would be classed today, a backbencher. That is under control. But yeah, so yeah, we get that, and then of course we have the gets back that Sir Edward tells them, well, they might give you the funds. I think with concessions, what are the concessions? And this is where, of course, they portray what's her full name?
Henrietta Maria.
Yeah, the Henrietta Maria, who is French Catholic. They give her a little bit. They really downsize her part of this history. Really, really. She's just seems to be an influence.
Kind of like the buzz in his ear, the little fly in his ear. But so what was it real? So from your perspective in history, what was her level of influence?
Not much, except for she had a lot of for beforehand. She was very, an honorable woman. Let's say that, like Queen. I'm here because I'm stopping a war between England and France. That is it. Pissed off the Spanish. Okay, that is great for everybody else that's involved. Yeah. But her involvement is very understated in the movie. She was very much a prominent figure of helping the royalists, getting gunpowder a lot from the Dutch. She got a lot of as it was at that time, they play against like the mercenaries. Kind of like, Dutch European, like getting that things, but her like kind of twist in the ear has never been fully documented. There was kind of, he wouldn't, what in history, what's been said, she just wasn't, clever enough to twist the ear, I suppose, like that. So he would still, but even though he was not a great leader, Charles I, like to men, but he still wouldn't have, as a king. No, sorry, you're not gonna, you're not listening to her. I know you're gonna sound really. She's women at that time are baby makers. You're there to give me, your first, your second, and give me the spares. That is it, and like that, and So,
and yet somehow, like an entire colony, now a state that I live in, was named after her. And I probably just by happenstance, she happened to be queen when the grant was issued to Cecil Calvert, and you're going to get this weird shaped tract of land between a bunch of rivers and mountains, and we'll name it. And the Catholics want to go there, good, send all the Catholics there. We don't need them. Pack them up and ship them off. You want to honor her, name it after her, that's fine. So, I mean, that's what happened. And here I am sitting in Baltimore, Maryland, named after the Cecil Calvert, who was Lord Baltimore, and Henrietta Maria, who was Catholic, and Maryland was the Catholic colony.
But I think she's very, she's just underused in this. I'm guessing the focus really is on the two at the start. Like it's building up Cromwell, it's showing Giles. That's it, and she's there really is a hindrance to his mind. I suppose they're trying to make out like she's giving him wrong advice. Let's say that's I suppose the best way to say it is how the French Revolution, Marie Antoinette, how they perceived her in the press. Let's villainize her so it doesn't look like the king did it completely by himself. There's another thing, and I think this is what they did on this. Like,
because she's French, it's easy to
Catholic.
Do that, right? And
French
Catholic, and a woman. Blame her. It's really easy to do that.
Yeah, because the worst thing you want to do is you want to then piss off the Scots again. Do you want to like really say it was a Scots doing it? No, you're going to piss off the Scots again. So I can understand it in history. It's always happened. They were whispering in their ear. We have that throughout history. Is there so many what we're about to see?
Fall Guys.
This movie. Fall Guys. So in this, we get, of course, back to the part, and what is this? So this is Stratford has now issued a arrest warrant for, I think it's this is the 3, isn't it? Not the 5 yet. This hasn't got Oliver's name on it. So this is the 3. And of course, then Oliver stands up, of course, and calls that Stratford should be arrested for treason for, you know, calling out these three. And then, of course, the king has to do a death warrant. It's literally 5 minutes of the movie. It's so overly complicated in history. This bit in history, I still don't get. I don't get again, he is the fall guy. This is what you just said, because he got called back from war, and then a few weeks, maybe a month or whatever, his head's gone. Like that.
I mean, your history is full of that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jay.
It felt like, sorry, I was just gonna say, it felt like movie wise and storytelling wise, I almost like didn't understand who it was. Like, even though I had heard Stratford's name and knew who he was, when I saw this, I was still kind of like, wait, whose head's falling off? Like, because it didn't make sense to me that guy went from, you know, being essentially in the king's kind of good graces enough to listen to him strategically, to just heads chopped off literally minutes later. It kind of glossed over it really quickly. I thought too quickly, to the point where honestly I had to actually rewind it just to make sure that I'm like, is Stratford the guy that I'm thinking of? Just because I couldn't quite piece together how it got to that point.
Literally, I don't. They kind of needed it for that was a big bit of part of history, but they wash over it so much you don't get what's going on. And I was like, oh, that's really, it's there. And I think it's there for this next scene is because Charles tells him to go, oh, you need to arrest them. Well, what's on the warrant? You're old, you know, you're senior enough to know it yourself. And then he kind of he rushes in after the arrest one, is like, you see what you made me do.
What you made me do.
And this is one of the few times. This is one of the few times he kind of loses composure. His character in this entire movie. Like, this is the one that, like, because he, you know, you can kind of tell the struggle with the king. He feels like he has to be for the situation versus the people who, or the king, the people in his ears want him to be, or think he should be. And, you know, this is kind of him getting pissed off, I guess, with the idea that he, you know, listened to them too, and now one of them's dead. But acting wise, I thought this was nice because it showed like that kind of loss of the battle with what his conscience was telling him versus what these people were telling him kind of finally got him to snap out of his very reserved, you know, noble kind of demeanor that he's had throughout the rest of the movie.
Yeah. So yeah, this is probably the only part there's one slightly not really having is where they kind of, what Sandy kind of suggested, that she had some influence. That this was all down to her, like her, like, you know, a little whisper, you know, probably not this time, like, you know, it's not. But then of course, Stratford meets his end.
His end. But there's also, you know, again, talking about the layers of the internal politics, the religion, and the world politics. There are a few comments early on, you know, I guess so that watchers understand why a Protestant king of England would marry a French Catholic. Well, part of that was to avoid more war at this point in time with France, because England goes through its periods of complete, you know, tilting toward bankruptcy because of war. And if they can avoid war, and the king is already saying, well, we've got this issue with the Scots, and we've got this issue with Ireland, and we've got to, and that's what Stratford, if you recall, argued with the king a little bit too. And I think that's where the, you know, perhaps the reason why he says, look what you made me do, was because Stratford was arguing with him and she was, you know, nudging in a different way. But her own interests, possibly to continue to keep war away from France and to, you know, keep her small influence of changing the Protestant religion to her liking at some point. She's got a number of different reasons for, and you'll see it throughout history, of getting certain people out of the way. You know, it's the same. This scene reminded me of the scene, and I think it's very well done. I think Cate Blanchett plays Queen Elizabeth I incredibly well. And the scene where she has to sign the death warrant for Mary Queen of Scots, which I think was done well in Elizabeth. I think it was not done so well in the movie Mary Queen of Scots. But it's the same thing. It's like, I have to do this. I don't want to do this. I have to do this. I have to do this because everyone's telling me to do it. And the minute you do it, you're like, I'm the king. I'm the Queen of England. I'm the King of England. Why did I let these people, make me do this? He could very well tear that warrant up. He runs into her and says, "Look what you made me do." Yeah, King, okay, tear it up. But he doesn't. They don't. Once they've set their hand to that decision, they can't turn back. And it's you see it over and over again. It's other people kind of pulling the strings, or is it convenient to have someone to point to and say, "I really didn't do this. You made me do it." I think it's a little bit of both.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I
mean, there's got to be some portion of him who's happy that it's not his head that's about to be chopped off.
Well, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of a tug and pull. It's like, what is the
yeah, true.
What is the what if I don't do this? What will I lose? And vice versa.
Like if I tear this death warrant up, even though as it's seen as, I guess you could say, the will of the people, so to speak, given this circumstance, even though it may not be full democracy, you rip that up, and it's going to look even worse for you. That it's your head on the chopping block as well as that guy. So you can understand, especially when they've kind of laid, and again, I don't know how historically accurate it is, but they've laid the kind of seeds to the idea that he's seemingly reasonable for the situation that he's created for himself. Like, he wants to go the opposite route. It is those two who are kind of pulling him back towards the "you're a king, do whatever you want" type of route. And so again, I kind of feel like that's probably why he doesn't just rip up that death warrant and goes along with it. Like, he's reasonable to the understanding of, if this is the will of the people, I have to abide by it. I can't just be tyrannical. It's, but my whatever tyrannical tendencies he's even had to this point is clearly what's created the situation he's in, and he's seemingly aware of that. Whether that's historically accurate, I'm not sure, but I thought it was interesting for the character, because I just feel like you don't see that kind of mentality out of royalty very often, in terms of understanding, like, this is the bet I've made for myself, I have to lie in it, type of way of thinking.
I'll say that. But so straight away back to this next scene is I think in history they called it the Eight. So there was 8 men, of course, that had what would be the equivalent to a modern prime minister having his weekly meeting with the king, but there was 8 of them. This is, they have what they try to modernize this, I think, a little bit too much, because they try to say, every member of the opposition is here. And it wasn't. It was literally the highest of nobility that served in the Commons. Let's say that. And Oliver Cromwell would not be allowed here. He would not. So again, it's a fictional thing that he would have even had the audacity to even address the king. His rank is so low. It's not going to happen. So this is wrong, because Cromwell is there. Completely correct that they gave the king an ultimatum. Is literally, you need to give us more power. You need us to things. And in history, what we kind of learn is they wanted to take away the king's right to institute taxes. In a way, this is the cleverest way, is king would, we need a new tax for X amount. Normally it was a war. We're doing a war, I need a new tax. Really simple, in simple terms. This is really simple. But what he didn't do is say this county pays taxes more than the other. It was like a levy, boom, across the aisles. Everybody pays an increase of 2%, whatever it is. Yeah. What they wanted is we can do it to our own counties with the next county doesn't need to know about it. So if you lived in one county, we can level up the taxes for a month. Why? Because we can, yeah, without the permission of the king, and the king then can't hold us. So the king in history was like, no, you can't do that. You can't levy it up for no reason, because all the reason was it was going in their back pocket normally. We got a banquet I want a banquet this weekend. Levy the taxes, that's what it was. So he was against that. There's other bits in that, but that is the really simplest terms of understanding this first
but
demands.
He was spending it on, and he was also, you mentioned like the art and the Charles was spending, we talk about the Prince Regent and his spending. I think Charles the First, I don't know, we'll have to look historically and see who outspent whom on the arts and on opulence and that sort of thing, and just
other taxes, he with his 11 period, his personal control, or whatever, I can't remember, it's called personal something. He levied taxes he found somebody who found medieval laws to kind of instigate new taxes that hadn't been used for so long to get whatever. But then he got like a Ren, it is one of those lost, what they call it, lost gems of society, like things that he was it St. Paul Cathedral.
You have to appreciate. I mean,
and it's like some of the art he did is like, oh, that's good.
You can't say no to that. You can't say no to Christopher Wren or Inigo Jones or Nash or any of the the things that I love most in the world. You have to appreciate it, but you also have to know how it got there. And it got there because some poor farmer somewhere, and some poor landowner somewhere, lost everything they had. And we're grateful. I mean, it is the story of history. It is the story of antiquities, that, most great art that we have today has been preserved because it was either stolen or created on the backs of others. But it is something wonderful to behold. It's very sad what happened after he was deposed, because the original crown jewels were melted down and so much art. And when for those of you who get the absolute privilege to go to London, it's not just a touristy thing to go to the tower and see the crown jewels, because you'll learn the history of all the gems in every piece and how care was taken to try to recover the things that were sold and stolen and thrown away during this period of time, to try to recreate and recast some of the items. And then what I think is a fun film, I think Restoration is a really fun film, not just because Sam Neill stars in it.
Well, we'll go on to that. That'll be
I don't want to go too far. But how we pull everything back together again is an amazing story of art history. And it's just for me, a really fun part of history. Not for the obvious, but for how the art and even to this day, some of the items are still sought after to try to put back, what was, owned by the crown for benefit of the people, of course. So I won't go. I'll stop now. But that's where, money is lost primarily for wars, but also for accumulating objects. Our monarchs love to accumulate their little objects.
But so on that, he says kind of no. And I do like this dress. I always thought this is like, is there a reason, somebody can find chat, why they like wore the jacket? I only going to do it on one arm. Like they're kind of things.
Yeah.
What was that? You see it all the time. And I'm like, in this movie, I was like, wonder if that was why. Wonder if that was a thing. If there was a reason, or it was just somebody did it once and they went, that looks good. Then they went, yes, this is, I'm meant to be doing this.
Yeah. I mean, humans typically do, history repeats itself. So does fashion. So, the way you come up on trends is usually something silly. One popular person does it and all of a sudden everybody's copying it. So who knows?
Yeah. So, guys, if you ever go in Boston, around Boston, you see somebody wearing one-arm jacket,
wearing a really sweet hat,
it's
and a one-arm jacket.
Jay.
Oh my God! If come out with feathers, everything.
Well, how many high schools in the United States and colleges are the Cavaliers? And okay, so my daughter's high school mascot was the Cavaliers. We have the Cleveland Cavaliers. We have is it Virginia? Somebody's gonna smack me. Is it Virginia Cavaliers?
I
right?
can't
University
remember,
of
but I
Virginia.
know there's another one in the college ranks.
There's a lot of Cavaliers.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big, and the mascot for my daughter's high school was a guy with a great big bobblehead that looked just like this. Looks just like this. But it was a big costume with a great big head, bigger than the body. Cavalier. So yeah. So it's a costume we like to replicate here.
Mm-hmm.
So in this one, so the king comes in. This is where he's got his warrants for is this not the 5, is it? This isn't the 5.
No, this is the 5, I believe. This is when he's kind of
the 5, yeah.
Yes, because 4 of them have left and he realizes only
so he goes there with a warrant to arrest the 5.
Now, James, is this what created, like, when the king is doing the opening of Parliament and the Black Rod has to bang on the door? Is that what? Is it this?
Yeah,
that
I
it's
think
replicating?
I think it is supposed to be. I don't know that part of history. It's
Okay.
I watched it and went, I need to read that, and then I was reading something else. I was like, no, so I didn't get. I need to find it. Chat, if you know, I think it is because he has a whip.
And they do. I always watch the state opening of Parliament because I like to hear the Queen and now the King's speech and see the regalia and all that.
I'm guessing it is.
But they go through that whole ceremony where the House of Commons slams the door in the Black Rod's face, and then Black Rod has to bang hard on the door and ask for entry, and then they must ask to allow the monarch into Parliament. And
I'm guessing it is. Like, it seemed so on the nose. I was like, oh, maybe that's where it comes from. I'm not. I don't know. I can't think of another period in parliamentary history that would have happened. There was, Charles II maybe, but not at this. Yeah, after that, I can't think. So I think it would. It's got to be. I would have thought. Chat, tell us wrong. But yeah, so he goes in, of course, with the warrants. He did this. It is correct, except for Oliver Cromwell's name was not one of the 5.
He was not.
Because he was still minor.
He wasn't
a minor league.
He
was minor league. Let's put that. So him to, again, this whole
being the big bad dude, not to stand up for the king. I didn't like this at all. I did not like this at all.
It didn't take off his hat, wasn't respectful. He sat down and then did things. Now, there's too much of a change in this point to his character, probably when he talks back in the last scene to Charles from the opening, because he's really up for the monarchy, is divine. So him to change it, it's too much. They go to arrest him. If the king was going to arrest you, you're being dragged out. I'm not bothered. For him to then just walk out and leave him there because he gave a speech that if you remove any man from this house, it is a treasonous effect and like that. This scene is just a bit too over the top. It's trying to give that division that it's not as English Civil War. It's Oliver versus Charles. I think at this point they've got a thing. Yeah. And then of course Charles walks out without Oliver. And then, it's he Oliver stands up. Do you know, with your act here, that you have, he what's it called? Oh my god, I can't say the word. Stops Parliament.
Dissolved.
Dissolve. Oh,
I was trying to say disillusion
oh my god.
too. I kept trying to say disillusion.
I was also thinking disillusion, but I'm like, I don't think that's what he's looking for.
No, Parliament. I won't say it again. And then
you're getting the monasteries mixed up. That's why I kept doing the dissolution of the monasteries, dissolve Parliament, dissolution of the monasteries. That's what it is.
And you would not have the balls, and probably for the next 2 centuries, to stand up and address the monarch.
Heck no. Hey, Chuck.
And he shouts out, hey! And he's like, do you know? And he's like, you can tell him, he's like, I like that, because that Alec plays it really well. He puts his hands to his chest, like, how dare he? So he doesn't turn, he doesn't address what Oliver said, but he's like, your act here has taken England to the brink of civil war. Over dramatics things. And then, of course, Oliver calls out the rest of Parliament of like, if you stay here, you're parliamentarians, and if you don't, you're royalists. So 50-50 split, let's say, they kind of leave. And then it goes into, I suppose, the first English Civil War, let's call that. Yeah, if you go by what we would class it out, this is the first. You have the Bishops' Wars, half Civil War, but this is the first war. And again, why is Oliver there? Because he wouldn't be. Because he's so out, he wasn't there. So I think the first one we get is Edgehill, isn't it? Edgehill is the first major battle they show. Of course, now I would the best way to refer to the English Civil War is it's like the Revolutionary War. There are so many pieces, so many people trying to figure out who's here, who's where. It's so like scattered. Most people died from typhoid than any other thing. It's literally, we don't know where anybody else is. We're trying to get this land, get this place. We know the strongholds. It's so similar at this point. It's like a get here. Oh, damn, we come across an army, accidentally. That's it. But Edgehill, I think it's got like, I like how it looked. I think this is kind of, it looks good, I must say, like, because of the costume design. For Spain. But the costume design, I think, is great. I think they like the flags they fly, except for on the parliamentary side. Some of them, they're not holding what would be called the parliamentary jack. Wasn't there? They're holding St. George flags. Wouldn't have been. But the rest of it looks good. Everything looks on point, except for Cromwell's there. That is the only problem with this whole point. They play a little bit out to it with, I don't like how they give. We get introduced straight away with Prince Rupert. They make him really flamboyant.
Oh my god!
They make him.
It's a bit much. The little dog all the time, which that could be accurate. I have no idea, but I thought
that was. He did have a dog.
Yeah, I had a feeling it might have been just because royalty, I feel like, would have done weird things like that, but it did just with the overall just kind of over the top version of this character. I thought it just I don't know.
But they make him out like he did, like he was over flamboyant. He was over, tally ho,
He says tally ho.
Yeah, quite literally says it.
Yeah, and like over the top things. But he was probably on the royalist side. He was one of their strategic men. He was his father, all his family were veterans of wars. He got his education from war, so they portrayed him a really hello, we need this flamboyant a mercenary. He's not part of the things now. They're all interlinked, like Europe kings and queens, royal princesses, lords. There's a bloodline. There's a very weird, like, ancestral bloodline here. So yeah, they betrayed him in this. Until there's one scene later, I think he's acting. But yeah, it's again, they made Timothy Dalton's character go, you need to be over the top. You need to give everything you give, like, just things. But how young does he look now? Like
that's what I'm looking at.
Honestly, he looked so young that I forgot it was him until you just pulled up this screenshot of it. I totally forgot that it was him in the movie the entire time.
Yeah, it's literally he's got to be in he's
so he's 24.
24
or 23 when it was filmed. 23 when this was filmed. He was born in 1946.
So another 15 years and he'd be Bond.
And he'd be Bond, which is just, amazing. Classically trained Shakespearean stage actor, all of them. And I'm glad his acting ability improved after this film. I really didn't think he did a great job in this film overall, not just in certain scenes.
I just think you just need to be hello, like, just all the time. I
wonder how much of that was direction too, though, because it seems like they wanted him to play the character this way. It's so over the top that I have a hard time believing it was just his choice and they let it slide. So, like you said, at least we're happy to see the acting got a lot better, and the directors that he worked with got a little better too in terms of what they asked of him. Although, again, I don't mean to pick on the director of this movie because, one, I don't know any more of his work, but two, I don't think he did a bad job in the movie. It's just that character. I'm not sure why they would have asked him to go that way.
Yeah.
Ken Hughes, you definitely know a couple. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah.
The original Casino Royale.
Interesting. But you know what else I would say? Sometimes, in addition to the costume and, like, okay, in battle scenes you have flags, you don't necessarily have quote uniforms. Sometimes there's an affectation to denote a different nationality, because he's not French nor British. He's like more German. He's more, they say he's from the Palatinate, which is German. So Dutch German. So maybe that's their way of, because his accent was really off. They're trying to denote a different, mercenary, and it's always some form of Germanic who's going to come in as a mercenary, whether it's on the, on the English side or on the American side later in the War for Independence. So maybe that's what they were trying to convey there. But just odd acting I would say just odd acting, just a wee bit from him.
No. So the battle is about to commence. Everybody's in there. I could go on about Dutch lines and lions, but I'm not gonna. But they have a parlay before they start. Now this scene,
this is great.
This next bit really annoyed me, I must say, because this used to happen. And it happened centuries later that, hi guys, we're having a battle. Yay. What time should we start?
What time?
And an appointed time. And they also, like, there was jibs and jabs. There's no, Rupert was back to him. Oh, I will, we'll smite you and whatever, like that. And like, the worst thing is, what does he call them? Let's go before he's done. Let's go and see these roundheads.
Were they called that at that time or not until later?
Do you know why they're called roundheads? This is good. Little fun fact.
I thought it was the helmets, but I must be wrong.
Yes, you're completely wrong. People believe it's the helmets. It's not. It's because the parliamentarians were mostly Southerners, but most of the people who had the skills who were instigate were from London, and they had a lot of apprentices. Now, a lot of the apprentices used the ironworks, really filthy things, so they used to skin their heads. Roundhead, nothing to do with the helmets. It used to be because the people, like the dragoons or whatever, the footmen, used to shaven heads. Roundhead. Nothing to do with their helmets at all, because both sides had the same armor, near enough, except for the Cavalier men. What we see here is the Cavalier on horseback were different to the parliamentarians, who, because of their rank, didn't have the money. Really, that is it. To have that fancy hat, you have a fancy hat, you got more money. That's it. That's the difference. So him to say that probably wouldn't have been a thing. It's just again, it's just for history. People know Roundheads and Cavaliers. That's mostly what people know. That's what the war, the two divisions was. Yeah, it wasn't at all. But yeah, they have a little back and forth. Essex here, who was the head of the parliamentary forces, kind of gives back about what things. At least we haven't got mercenaries. You kind of did. Like that.
Both sides had mercenaries. I was like, what do you mean? Every war in the world, there's hired hands on both sides. So now I wanted to ask you about the yellow. Was that a thing? Because a lot of them had yellow sashes, yellow banners on that side. I don't know. I didn't know if that was a distinguishing characteristic, or
I don't think it is.
Just done for the film, so you knew which side was which.
Give me 2 seconds.
My book didn't have any color in it.
Mine's. This is
my book didn't have any pictures in it.
No, this is a book. Here you go. First Civil War. This is a book of the different. No, not really. I can't distinguish that they. You got tunics that are kind of browny yellow, but yeah, there's not much difference between. There we go. Hold it. Let me just. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna
go full screen.
I'm gonna go full screen. So let's just do that. So that's kind of what the royalists use.
Yeah.
So there's not much difference between that, and then you go forward to the parliamentarians. Is that you're not going to see much difference, are you? Really,
not too much difference.
No. So it in this period of time, it was mostly flags, wasn't it?
Yep.
So how you distinguished what units was flags. You had your drummers. The music to go behind it is you knew where you were going. Your bugles weren't really a thing. You had your drummers telling you which way to go, and then the flags would tell you, you're also going that way. I don't think there was much to the dress. I'm guessing it's supposed to distinguish in the movie. I'm guessing maybe it was to certain units they might have wore yellow, but I didn't really pick up on that. But it makes
sense on screen. You have to have some way to distinguish, and I suppose in different battles in history, depending on who was actually, it's not the same people in every single battle. So like even in the American Civil War, you didn't have a fully blue and gray against each other. You had bands of people from different parts of the country, most of whom were extraordinarily poor, showing up in whatever rags they had on at the time, and it didn't really, there wasn't always clear, distinction. There we go, making up more words again. Clear distinction.
We can't get these out, can we?
Yeah, the smaller skirmishes. You're just not. You're not going to see that.
No.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sorry for that detour.
That's all right. But so this next bit is because Oliver Cromwell was not at this battle. Okay, that's fine. I can. You're plagiarizing that. You need him at a major battle, the first one, Edge Hill. But he would have known there is a set time. It's protocol, even at his low.
You're not allowed. Are you sure you're not allowed? Because hello. If it's a set time, I'm going to start firing before that set time.
Yeah, but he's going to be near it. Yeah, you just didn't do it. It's gone on for the ages. Hundreds of years. This still was a thing. It's ridiculous. You know,
well, we know that's why we beat you. You followed all these rules back in 1776, 1777, etc. And you fired in straight lines, and you wore bright red coats, and we decided to, hey, how do you beat these guys?
Well, it was like, you're going to surrender? Yes, you're going to surrender. Okay, can you give us an hour? Yes, okay, we'll give you an hour. Where are they? They crossed the bloody river.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
When should we attack? How about Boxing Day? They're going to be pissed. Let's do that.
I think in this scene, what kind of threw me off with Cromwell, or what stood out to me, was not so much the, going against it, whatever, the agreed upon time. I wasn't sure whether or not that did happen, would have happened or not, given the kind of way wars were fought back then. But I just thought it was weird that he seemingly had, like, he's asking the guy, like, what are we waiting for? And the guy's like, oh, the agreed upon time. It seemed weird to me that he wouldn't have known that that's how these battles were fought for all this time. Like, that's something, he seemed completely taken back by it. Like, agreed upon time? What do you mean? Versus just like wanting to, forego it and start the battle himself. It just seemed more like he had no idea what he was talking about, which I thought was odd. I'm like, I got a feeling this guy would know to some degree how battles have been fought all this time.
Yeah, I think it's weird because at this point in history, Oliver Cromwell is not known. He's not fought any battles. He's not known for a military expertise. So, yeah, why didn't I have him here? Like, this is like we see Essex. It's Essex at the moment, and this bit is like Rupert. If you see this battle, it kind of makes out this battle that the Royalists won it in the movie. They all, but it's a stalemate. It's literally It went on for hours and hours and hours. One had two different lines. The Royalists could have won, literally destroyed them all, except for Rupert's men, and I can't remember the other Royalist things. Their horseback charged after the other the other parliamentarians, and they just kept them running, and they ran away from the battle, and they took them 2 hours to get back. By that time, everybody was knackered, and it just kind of
that's hilarious, actually.
It just wandered. Yeah, it was. They ran after, and they just kept on running and running and running. And then the main group, it's called pushback. So you got the pikes. So you got the dragoons who will fire, the musketeers, fire. You take ages in those things, but you have the pike pushback. So these pikes in this one, I don't think they show it that well. I've like you're looking around about. Some of them were like back there were like you can look at 10 foot, let's say 10 foot pike. So you got that, you got it over your shoulder, and it's called a pushback. You're not going to do that much damage because you can't get the thrust, and it's all called a pushback because they know they're wearing the leather that will. It's not going to penetrate, and they think, and it's just a pushback. And they did it for literally over 2 hours. This because the cavalry, everybody else had disappeared. So these two units were just pushing back against each other for 2 hours. Knackered each other out because they didn't know which way things. So one was doing one way, one was doing the other. And it was just a pointless skirmish. The gain in this, what they don't show, is the parliamentarians, and I think they mentioned it. But the parliamentary had more men. They had a significant amount of more men, because when you're coming from the south, you're getting all the things, whereas the pockets from the north were coming down lower. Also in this, they don't really tell you about what's happened to the Scots. There was going to be a war with the Scots. This is completely obliterated, was that? So at this point, the Scots have got Newcastle, what is probably from the border, good 70 miles. Things like that is instigated, things like that. They've got really kind of raiding control now of like the northern England, and they're playing it really well. Do you want us or do you want us? Do you want us? Oh, well, Charles wants to change our Bible. So give us money, loads of money. Charles is giving them £800. Probably £800 was probably the equivalent of 50,000 like a week or something like that, not to involve like that. It was, you know, there's a good a between of like, what do you think? But the Scots at this point are parliamentarians, so they have joined the parliamentarians. So at this thing, what you see is the St. George's flag should be the St. George's flag, but in each corner, the St. Andrew's flag. In this, they never flew it. They always flew the parliamentarian Jack. What was the a square flag, I suppose you want to call it, with the St. George and the Irish harp.
Oh, neat. Okay.
So that's it. But they would like, and I mean, it would be one little division that would have flown out. The other ones would all be county flags or your Lord's flag. So you would have
sigil, your personal sigil.
Yeah, you wouldn't have anything else. Yeah, you would have like a red background with a snake with a St. George's flag or something like that. Really, something really random. There's like, I think they showed like that, you know, like stars and a flag and like some weird ones. You're like, what is that? You know, it just some weird. It's a house. You know, you're flying your house flag, I suppose. Is the best way. So yeah, this saying it's okay. I must say I don't. They tried to make it too paramedic, you know, like to look like what they did in Waterloo is show, look at the vast amount of numbers what we're showing in this battle. I just don't think it worked. I like, just because of modern, like we've seen it now, especially with Game of Thrones, with the Battle of the Bastards, is when they got close in and you feel like you're there. Even like with Troy, and you feel some of the bigger scenes, like you're in it. You're just away from it. It looks good for the day. Just, you want that grit. You kind of want to feel like, oh, I'm there. Yeah, it just doesn't. Yeah,
that, and I think that for me has been one of the toughest things to deal with in terms of movies feeling a little bit dated for some of these older war movies. You know, I noticed it in Zulu as well. It's just, I've been so, you know, fortunate to, or we've all been so fortunate to see where movies have come, in even TV shows, like you just said, Game of Thrones, for example. Just the advancement in technology in creating these battle scenes through, you know, effects, camera work, all these different things. We've been so spoiled by what we've gotten in the last 20 years or so that going back to some of these, it just, the action scenes just don't hit the way that I'm sure they did, you know, back when this came out in the 70s. So that's been one thing about the kind of dated nature of some of these movies, or more, the better way to put it would be, that's where some of the dated, you know, kind of nature of these movies shows up for me, more so than them all being dated. It's more that even though they're old, they don't always feel dated until you get a scene like this where you're like, ooh, yeah, okay, this is a little old.
So whilst we were talking, Daryl has done his research about the colours. There you go. So the Earl of Sussex were buff colour. He said deep yellow. And then for the parliamentarians and the royal officers wear red.
Awesome.
So there you go, in a way. There we go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daryl.
There we go. Yeah. So I'm guessing it's the by battle maybe as well. But yeah, it just felt. Oh, now this is the thing. Like when we do film club, you have to go 1970 because we have these.
And that's
we have like that. Like today, like you got to think about, and we'll talk about it later. The cinematography, but there's not many. The close-up scenes are always up. You know, like they're looking up at horseback and not in there because, like, the rigging they've had to have. Like, you think about cameras' weight now, the cameras' weight then. Oh, it got to be terrible. So we forgive you, but it makes you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even my complaint about it feeling a little dated, I'm not criticizing it for that. Like, I'm not going to point off the score. There's nothing they could have done about that. It's the technology they had at the time, or the ability they had at the time. So, you know, I don't take it down a point for that. I think it'd be unfair to. It's just, you know, when you see him, it's hard not to notice because we've seen such, you know, even if you look at Platoon, even though I think Platoon does a great job at a lot of that stuff, but I would say for me, one of the first war movies I saw that really blew my mind was actually Saving Private Ryan, and that, you know, in the Normandy scene and all that.
Yeah.
And that blows even Platoon away. And at the time, Platoon, I'm sure, was one that was like, oh my God, this is crazy how they've come up. So it's just things are, you know, they're a little bit stuck to what they can do at the time. And that's not really something I want to criticize it for, but it's also something I can't not notice either.
So in this, so they go kind of against history because they just both gave up. Is they the parliamentarians on general retreat and kind of they win, kind of things like that. Now they jump. The next bits is where we got Manchester kind of just relaxing. Cromwell kind of has a go at him of like, we're going to lose this war because we haven't got where was it? We have farmers against the sons of lords or something like that. Or
something like that.
Yeah, things like whatever it is. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they were more experienced. Now this is where I got it wrong, because mine and Sandy's talk is because in this movie I thought Fairfax was more prominent. And he's hardly mentioned, and I mean that in the thing. So we get this next bit is it goes on straight on that Cromwell has gone back to Huntingdon area and is doing the modern army.
He's training them. Okay, this is going to sound terrible. There are so many movies where we talk, you know, where we see armies being built up and trained up, and why my brain went to Cobra Kai and Johnny and Daniel training up the kids. That's where this went, you know, but he's putting them through their paces. He's training them up. And look, they've got this stripy uniform behind him, and it is that kind of brown and beige color, whatever that is there. So he's making a proper army of them. By the way, Cromwell can do everything, right? He can do he's like Superman. He can do everything.
But this again wasn't his idea.
Now, I know.
Why I brought up Fairfax, there was Lord Fairfax and his son Thomas Fairfax, and they did they got York. They did like battles around that Sheffield area and all that. But they were the prominent ones. Fairfax. If anybody knows English history, that's the name you want to hear about. So what happened is they came up with an idea: is we need a sitting army, not a modern army, a sitting army. What we now know is a modern army. So this is the first historical thing is like, we need an army full time. They don't go off into the fields and do farming. They are soldiers. So we don't need to get them out from the field into where they are. They're all here. They're already being paid for. And the training probably wasn't as you see this scene as the training. But the best thing is about having a sitting army is when you need to go, they're gone. That's the difference. You don't have to. We need to bring the army in, bring the militia in. Well, it takes a week to find everyone.
And you've got to raise the funds first. Remember, that's the first thing. Let's call for money. But you're right. Yeah. Hey, let's have a home guard. Let's have a standing army.
Yeah. So these young guys, I'm guessing, were like, okay, do you want a job where you probably won't have to go to war most of the time, but you sit here, and when we call, you're going to get called anyway, but you're here anyway, so we pay you every day. It makes sense. It's a great. So this is the first like that is equivalent of a paid sitting army. So what they called this next bit is the second part of the Civil War. It's called the modern Civil War, is because of the modern army. It wasn't Oliver. It wasn't. It was Fairfax's idea. Lord Fairfax and his brother Thomas came up with this idea of but this is where Oliver stepped up, is when he was there with, I can't remember, there was 3 of them, and I can't remember the other person's name in history, but this is where they realized Oliver can lead. He is a leader of men. He's not a military person. He's not a genius, but he can lead. He knows how to talk to men. He
Mm-hmm.
knows how to lead men into like to get him to do what he needs them to do. So they made him a colonel. They were like, "You're a colonel. Yep. We can see what you're doing. Rank at this point isn't what the ranks we need to know is stature more than that." So this bit, him, oh, look at me, do this, do that, and like even they have a bit with the assault course. They wouldn't have had the assault course.
No, not at all. But I thought it was funny though. I thought that was funny.
But yeah, so they're off again. They've got a big break here from Edge Hill because now we're going straight into he's going off onto his own to Endenbury. In Northampton anyway. It's in Northampton. So he's gone from Huntingdon to Northampton. It's got to take, with this amount of people, you're looking around about a month. You've got to be like that, be fast paced with that amount he's got. So
I felt like there was no real kind of telling of time within the whole like, from the decision to train an army to this, there was no like the whole thing just moves too quickly. There was no real
I think you get a date, don't you? You get a date when this happens. Not
at some point they do put a date on the screen.
44,
I just couldn't remember exactly when. It's like the only time in the whole movie they do it. Which
they needed it.
They just needed to show a passage of time is all, just to get, because it seemed like the army came together way too quickly. If you could train all those men that quickly, why didn't you train the first set of men, the farmers, that quickly? So obviously a lot more time must have passed. And then again, like you said, with this trek from wherever to wherever, months worth of time. So it just felt like it was moving a little too quickly.
Because I think they even like
just told us, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever.
I think he whispers, "Oh, it took 6 months. 6 months."
See, I didn't even catch it.
But 6 months from when?
That too. Yeah, I guess that too. That's a good point because it's not like there's any seasonal changes that we noticed throughout this.
No, it's all
6 months creates at least one seasonal change to some degrry.
This is a movie that has Great Britain looking very sunny.
Yeah, very suspiciously sunny.
Amazingly like
sunny
Spain.
with no weather changes.
So he has he gets there. Charles is down the road. And then a scout comes across and says, "Oh, we've just come across Bossame's army." Now, in history, sorry, going back to that. Oh my God, they didn't know how to use scouts. So they had people that were like, "Oh, you need to go out there and tell us what you see." But they didn't know what to do when they got there. So they were like, should we just stay here? We would do that. So they got one position. So they didn't scout the area. They just stayed in one position. If somebody come across them, then they would get back. So how this was betrayed things, because there's like 4 different units really getting into where this and I think Endenbury, isn't it? I think it's pronounced. But it's not accurate at all because one, they mess up. So what we get is Cromwell's out on his own, doesn't it? Neasby. Oh my God,
Neasby. Yeah.
In so Northamptonshire, if you don't know, is the Midlands. It's southeast, I suppose, of Leicestershire. So it's but this it annoys me. So we have, lucky enough, Cromwell comes across the king's army. And what does he say? They're outnumbered 3-1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put it up there. Just for ease, Sandy, go on to the Battle of Neasby and tell me the units on Wikipedia. There we go.
Battle.
As you ability.
I do have one interesting. I did write down one interesting point about this battle, but I'll save it for the end.
So Giles comes out and he actually says, "We have 7,000 men, and Oliver is here with his 3,000 men." So what were the actual figures? This will change opinions.
Okay, so it says between 2,000 and 3,000 under Prince Rupert. And what does it say for
the parliamentarians?
Parliamentarians.
It should be on the right-hand side. It's on the deaf bits.
I'm not getting. Oh, there we go. I was looking for. So the belligerents. Okay, the parliamentarians had 6,000, 7,000, 13,000.
Yeah. So who's got the more people?
Well,
the parliamentarians.
Parliamentarians did.
Yeah. So the parliamentarians turned up with a hell of a lot of things. And if you look at the actual commanders, there's like 5 on each side. So it's not just Oliver, again, Rupert and King Charles. But they make it out, and he kind of goes, I will destroy, if I have to go against the king against on my own, I will take Manchester and Essex by myself as well, didn't he? Said something like on the longs alone because they're supposed to be there.
Trying to be like the Battle of Agincourt, which
yeah, they don't. Yeah, I guessing it's supposed to be a oh look, they were outnumbered. They oh look, it's the few beating the many.
Yeah, they needed David versus Goliath, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and of course, then they all line up against a stone wall. I'm not going to say what's wrong with that. Like that's not going to be there at this point of time. They had that.
Really? Okay.
Oh, did you?
Oh no, I'm just saying. Is it that?
Oh yeah,
wherever that is, I don't know where this is. So
apparently the Edward R.
convenient walls.
Yeah, apparently he got reference from that from a civil war.
Yeah, a wall of convenience, of course.
Yeah.
Which so because our civil war was fought on farmland, which had those walls because you had to keep your animals in, on your land.
Yeah. So he wanted to. We need a wall, and it was so we could get things. The muskets on that, they're going to get ripped up. So you're not going to have it. Back onto things. So we get the battle. That's it, and it's quite like for what they perceive in the movie. It's the ending battle. This is the battle to end all battles. So we don't have to go much into it. Oliver, Staz gets in. They go back and forth. They don't really show like a military tactics really, except for the bit where he gets his cavalry to retreat and reform, and then Rupert willingly again, I suppose, charge without any order. That is all showing, and then of course they break their lines and they win the battle. Really, it just seems to me, and I think they downplayed this battle a lot, not to show how important this battle was in the war, because they don't show many battles. They don't show any sieges. They don't show any castles. I'm guessing it's budget constraints for that time. Like they just couldn't, do that. They just don't make a play of
built
how
it all on set. That's why. They did it all on set, and I don't know why. Like you have such wonderful places all around the UK. I guess it's just hard to film there. I guess.
I'm guessing
maybe for preservation purposes, they don't want the filming.
Oh, you think 1970 would they have been that?
I don't know. See, your National Trust is really active compared to ours.
Yeah, maybe because it was an American production.
Maybe. Yeah, that could be it too. They probably said, no, you're not touching our historic places. Yeah. Here, our National Trust is what it is, but we welcome that. I feel like our historic properties exist today because they are used in film and for commercial purposes. And I talk a lot in my little walks about, don't look at the little store at the bottom of this historic building. Don't turn your nose up at the restaurant, because if they weren't here, if these buildings weren't being used, they wouldn't be here at all. And it's the same where the film industry uses our historic places, including our national parks. And of course, they have to follow a lot of rules, but they do, because number one, we want people to see them. And number two, yeah, they get paid for that. And that helps to keep them alive and not bulldozed for commercial activity. So I was surprised there weren't more, because heck, you can't walk down the street in London without stumbling into a palace or a castle or some kind of even Roman ruins. And it's a shame that it wasn't used here. I do have my number one problem with this battle. I don't know if you're going to say it before I say it. Well, at the end, when the horse comes up and Oliver is strewn across the horse, and young Oliver has been killed.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. So
I'll wait. Go ahead.
We get to the things, and of course, the battle's over. The battle's been won by the parliamentarians. It gets foggy now. There is a play. Sorry, because now we get a foggy background. This is where they believed what Giles said might have been true, because there was thick fog. They did the battle in thick fog, so they couldn't see each other's forces, the number. So when Giles thought he had more, they actually believe, well, maybe he did. They don't know that. It's like it's understated that he would never attack, but he never ever got any of his forces to attack a bigger force. So why he did in this thing, they think it's because the scouts, when they did come back, gave the incorrect numbers, is because they couldn't see the full lines. Though there was dragoons and cavalry hidden by Cromwell in the tree line, it wasn't the amount of numbers. It wasn't like double. They just got it wrong. So there was a bad scouting report. But this bit, it gives a bit more British, bit of fog, a bit of damp, a bit of wetness. And of course, yeah, as you say, Oliver comes back and he calls out, "Who goes there? It is I, Captain Richard Cromwell." And then you see Oliver Jr., of course, over the horse. Go on then.
Very dramatic scene. Unfortunately, not only was Oliver not at this battle, Oliver died of smallpox several months before the battle. So this bit of historic exaggeration is what annoys me the most. Number one, because it's easy for us to find out that Oliver wasn't even in this battle. But it plays on the sympathy of Oliver Cromwell, having lost his son in a battle that he commanded when he died the way most people died at that time.
I thought it was typhoid.
It was either typhoid. It says small. Okay. No, it says smallpox.
Okay.
At least on the wiki that I have. But still, he died the way, unfortunately, so many people died, not in war, but of disease. And I do not know, again, this is one of the elements that pulls this story so far into fiction, that now I wonder, like, it just makes you question the motivation. Yeah, the motivation is to make an emotional story about one character and to amp up the emotion by having his son killed in a battle that he commanded.
Sorry, just breaking it, but you could say that about most, like, those old war movies, I suppose, like Glory. I like Glory. There's things wrong with Glory, but if you go by who died, a lot of them just died just because they were ill. You're not going to show that on. You're not going to show that on the cinema. Like the read up Gettysburg.
Well, anything about the American Civil War. More people died of disease.
And like you got like Lost of the Mohicans. Like, you're not going to show people in the in the encampments just dying just from like dysentery,
vomiting their guts up. That's what it was very not glamorous.
Yeah, you're not going to show like Gallipoli. Gallipoli, the TV series has come back on Amazon Prime, Australian done. Watch it; it's absolutely amazing.
Good.
Absolutely one of the best war series I've ever seen. Go and see
very
that.
good.
Just come back to things once I think. But you're not going to see that. You're not going to see Gallipoli and actually just look at them all just crap themselves to death. It's not a hero's way. Like, these kids went to war, and mostly kids. Every war is mostly kids.
And those who died of wounds, they died of infection. They didn't die from the wound; they died from the infection.
Yeah, so you don't want to kind of, oh, how did your kid die? They died at the battle of such and such. They died in a tent, dying in their own vomit. You don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear that. So okay. But this, I don't get why even Oliver and Richard are in it. To be honest, they don't need to be, because they're so underutilized.
Yes,
as a family unit, it doesn't have to be. So
because they don't really go into his family. They, when his family is involved,
like something like that. Something.
I
like
don't know, but when they are in the story, it's because of the religious aspect. It's because they're in church with him or what have you. So yeah, I agree. There's not that connection. I mean, obviously, father and son connection, but you're right. We're not, like, if we look at Henry V with, Ken Branagh, and when the young boy dies and the emotion there, the young boy played by Christian Bale, when he dies, you've had the buildup of their relationship over time in the telling of the story, so that when he is killed, it is very meaningful, and you understand, why it impacts Henry and others so dramatically. But yeah, this, you're right. They're not even in the story.
Yeah, Jay, what did you think? Like, did you like, oh, that's hurtful as a dad, or whatever, to be?
You could see what they were going for with it, just to kind of strike that emotional chord and that little bit of like making it personal to a degree with Cromwell's character. But I don't know, it didn't quite hit the way I feel like they wanted it to in general. Never mind the idea of it not even being true.
Yeah, it just because I don't know Richard or Oliver. You just not seen them.
I think that's part of why it doesn't really hit. Like, that it's his son, and you can feel like, oh, it's his son. Like, it gets the point across of what they were going for with that, striking that emotional chord. It just didn't have the punch. It just wasn't there. Between one, I think you're right. We didn't see enough of the two kids to even really feel, that much more emotional about it. But two, I will say it didn't feel like this was the strongest point in, Richard's acting in this scene. Like, it didn't feel like there was a whole lot of father who just lost his son emotion of it in it, I should say. So yeah, I think a little bit between just not having enough of the character set up there, as well as not the strongest of his acting throughout this. It wasn't necessarily bad. Again, it didn't have the punch that it needed to really drive it home.
Yeah, maybe because he just didn't know why. Maybe they all did. Why is this scene here?
Yeah,
why is it there?
It doesn't feel fleshed out like it wanted to have been.
Yeah, because you could easily cut that scene out. But yeah, we go back in, and then of course Oliver's back at shouting at everybody at Parliament. Again, you're not going to do this. Yeah, but it's the prominence of what they wanted to Harris to do and what history is, because he has a direct go at Manchester and Essex. Now, because of certain other wins that Oliver's had, he has now become very respectful, and he has control of a large army. Yeah, because they made because he seemed to go into battle and win, so he has respect from his soldiers who believe if we're with him, we're not going to die. So what he did with, of course, other people, he introduced a great a law. Not like what it was is, if you are ranked, I suppose you want to call it, but back then, if you were like an earl, a lord, whatever, you what you need to do is you need to you can't be in the military, so you can't hold a rank in the military, and also hold a rank in Parliament. But these lords, earls, they have been given, of course, peerage, I suppose, through descendants. So they can't give up. The only way they could not serve in Parliament, they would have to give up their lordship, their land. Yeah. So they didn't. They would have to then sit in Parliament. But that meant them giving up their rank in the army. So then who got those soldiers? Cromwell's and his mates, I suppose.
Oh, interesting.
So what he did a division is anybody who was a low rank got the army. So what happened is then there is two in the parliamentarian now in the history is there are Parliament and the army. The army now is all the middle classes. What I spoke about earlier with things is everybody who is not an L, everybody who isn't being given a peerage, as we call it now. So he did a clever thing. Is like what did he call it? It was something like a conflict of interest. You can't serve both. You have to serve the people in Parliament, or you have to protect England as a nation. So what happened is, Manchester and Essex got really absconded really badly in history, but other people did as well. Is like, okay, your army that, for example, Essex, let's say he was actually from Essex. So the Essex army would then go into other armies. The sitting army that was controlled by Fairfax and Cromwell. So it was a clever how they got, we know you want to still in Parliament because Parliament will give you the money. The army drains money, so you can still get your taxes off the land. So it's a clever thing from Cromwell and his mates. It was very a political movement, like movement of pieces, I suppose, like that. What was seriously clever, because he then upped his status by being out of Parliament, but being in control of the army. He was like, one of three that had, at the end, it was over 50,000 men. Like you're looking at 50, 60,000 men. And of course, what this movie does, he had all Navy. He had the Navy as well. So he didn't just have that. So he had a lot. So you're looking a very, not an influential man. He looking like, well, I can destroy you now. So people realize, well, he did the right thing. Did it in a very clever way. So this is the point where he did this divide. So this is where, at this point, after this, is where Cromwell in history became, you need to listen to him because he has a lot of men behind him. Of course, this war is still going on. So where Cromwell has centralized the army, of course, we have pockets of ones with Charles, and then now this next bit with the Confederacy, not your Confederacy,
no.
not the Confederacy
Thankfully.
of Ireland. Now this is where there is a bit missing in the movie, and it's been destroyed by the Edward Irwin the production. Is because there was a campaign in between this section of the movie of where Ireland involved. What we get a little bit here is they actually showed Cromwell going to Ireland for a bit. He took his to we'll go on to later. He went in and massacred parts of Ireland.
That kind of happened for real.
Yeah. But this is when, during the Civil War, he actually went across, took over things because he wanted to get the Protestants back to join his army, to do that. But it was played down because of the sympathetic nature of the for the Boston constituent, New England constituent, where Alan Irwin was from, because of the troubles in the 70s with Northern Ireland. And they said it wouldn't play well with the Irish in America. So they cut the whole bit
good
out.
grief.
Interesting.
So they cut it out. It's like, no, because it's supposed to be against, I suppose this is a good propaganda. If you wanted to put this in like American Revolution, so good propaganda against the
for sure.
But yeah, they cut it all out because it went against the sympathetic ear of New England, especially Boston, of the time. So they completely cut it out. So there's apparently another 30 minutes of this movie that got completely disintegrated. And even Richard Harris was Irish. He apparently kicked off. He was like, no, the reason I brought this up because it needed to show this part, and you completely wiped it off. And that was it. So so this bit is I think is a bit odd because it's just like just a bit of a cut straight into you want the Catholics of Ireland with Charles, the things, but the reason is because Charles, saw what Oliver was doing against the Catholics in Ireland, got a sympathetic ear through European Catholics, and Ireland could get an army against Cromwell. So this bit is just a bit, it's not there because it's just a bit, it's gone, happened, there's a conversation, and it's all we get a bit brought up at the so-called trial, but it doesn't hit for me, this bit, like about the army coming over from Ireland, especially at the moment, like they're trying to get the Dutch and all that. But it's cut, so I can go past that. So it's not right. But whilst that's happening, Edward comes in, and I don't mind this performance from Dalton.
This is the performance I don't mind.
I thought this was his best of all of them.
Yeah. So he's we got a thing when he wanted to go Bristol, didn't happen. So he got done out somewhere else. But I like it because he's so injured. Even just stand up to your king, and I like that. I really like that. I just feel like, even though I'm beaten, and he's going to be, you still show me a little bit of respect, even though you're a prince. And I like this. Like, I made a military decision to get that, and then he just, no, you said you would hold it for 4 months. You held it less than 4 weeks, and he.
No gratitude whatsoever. Good Lord.
Yeah. And I like, but it's good though, because it shows again, like what we haven't really seen much of what a king would do. Like it would be a dictator, a king, or whatever you want to call it, an absolute monarchy. You promise one thing, you're not from this country, you're here on my grace. Get the hell out of here. I don't mind that. I don't mind it. It's like the brutality of the time is like, and he pleads like in shock. What?
He'd rather be massacred than be exiled. Like that's the ultimate shame for someone of his status, to be exiled.
That's it. Yeah. You're not going to think so. He gives it like the knife over. Do it to me now, cousin. It's uncle, but it happens. But at this point he goes by things. Well, we don't. I reluctantly don't like that you don't see enough of the Prince of Wales.
Yes,
because again, you like what I said about Oliver and Richard. You just don't see enough of him, because this is, you feel what we don't feel for Richard and Oliver. You feel more for what will be Charles II, of course, just because of Alec Guinness's acting. He feels sad, you've got to go, you've got to do this, but it's the acting that sells it for me. Whereas probably Jay, you're completely right, is where Richard Harris, he doesn't act in that scene where his son just died.
Yeah, which is just really surprising for an actor of his ability. But he just doesn't give it. I do wonder if maybe you're right. Maybe it is a little bit of him kind of silently protesting as an actor, where it doesn't feel like this scene should be here. It doesn't feel like this payoff is deserved based off how we've done the rest of the movie. Maybe it's an actor's version of like a silent protest, where he's like, all right, I'm not into this scene. I'm going to give you a half-ass kind of thing. And I don't even know that I'd say he's half-ass in that performance, in that portion specifically. It's just,
I don't get
again, it's just not what it needs to be. And I think you're right. I think this is a much better version of that.
Yeah, like you can buy it with with Giles and like that, and we'll skip through it, and like he tells him to go, and then it's just I don't know what's going on. Oh, sorry. There you go. And then of course once we get back like that, he's gone. Again, Oliver's back at church. This bit, I think this. It doesn't explain this section of to this, like from Giles telling his son to go abroad into exile and then to the arrest. I just don't think it's explained enough, because you get that, and then of course
it jumped very quickly.
Yeah, like you get this where you have now Manchester again is what I said earlier. He's, oh well, why are we here if we're not in it for the money? Of course, it makes sense that Oliver Cromwell is outside of Parliament, and he's annoyed of what they're saying, because you're now going to bargain with the king, and at this point, it's just a bit of things. He like brings in the his army to close them down, but not close them down. He's just kind of like, you don't realize I have the power. You're negotiating with the king, but I think he actually said he's something like, but I am. When one of them says we are now the majority, and he says, no, I am the majority. Now, I'm guessing, I couldn't see anywhere in history did this actually happened. So I'm guessing it's fabricated.
Why would it? This confused the heck out of me.
Yeah.
If this is truly war and you have two sides against each other, you would not have the parliamentarians sitting in parliament and the king walking in. Wouldn't they attack each other? I'm just saying, or perhaps again.
But it's not the king, is it? It's not the king, is it? This is just on Cromwell's lot. This is Cromwell taking over Parliament.
Oh, this is before. I'm sorry. I'm getting this confused with the scene where Charles walked into the Parliament previously, and you've got the king. I still don't get it. I still, now you're having factions appearing on all sides, and yet, is this true? Did this didn't happen? This couldn't have happened. It is utterly confusing.
This is where Charles made an agreement with the Scots. Of course, he's a Stuart, and he was heading up north, and he got captured probably somewhere near Newcastle, again, around that area, and he got bargained to sell to the parliamentarians, and it took like a year, like near enough, something like that, like like the bargaining chips and all that. Well, if you want the king, we've got him. How much do you want? Kind of thing. It was a game thing. So it's a scene, and again, I don't get it. And this next scene, I really don't get it. I really didn't get this next scene. I kind of get it, but it's trying to make Cromwell an army leader, not sympathetic against his troops. So like the troops are going, Cromwell betrayed us, his army, what I've just shown there, because they believe they're getting rid of, they're going to become a republic. What's never been really hardly mentioned in the movie, except for one part where Cromwell, in the battle that he wasn't really on his own with, said, I will take this king's head and the crown with it. But this scene again is supposed to be like the scene with his son, because he kicks off like, this is treason, like the army has a rule you can't do, like that. So it gets free the people instigating this kind of uprising to draw short straws. And it's just a bit odd because then the person you see briefly in another scene is the person who gets hung. But I don't care about this person because I've only seen him briefly.
Exactly.
And if you missed it, you missed it.
I think it was just designed to give another personal kind of layer to this battle with Cromwell, and it plays off a little bit forced, even just from like the quickness in which they draw straws, and then this guy obviously meets his fate. Is like, damn, you guys kind of got him up there pretty quickly, immediately. Like, it seemed a little too forced, a little too rushed, just to say this is going to be an extra wrinkle to the hate that he has for the king and all that.
Yeah, so but like it's just gone, like that whole thing, and then of course it jumps straight back into what they could have done another scene. It's like to get Cromwell back into the Commons, and he's doing what Richard Harris is doing, and that is kicking off that they will, they need to prosecute the king. So the king, he goes off and he arrests the king. It's just so historically accurate. It's wrong, but at least like there's like a bit of back and forth. The only good bit is when Oliver goes, "You can take your kids with you." He's like, "Well, thank you, sir," and he gives him a bit of respect. That's it. And of course, then you have the straight into a court that is not a court, I suppose, like that. So we get John Bradshaw, who is probably the most important person in history at the point. Here we go. Jay, Sandy, who's the first person to sign the independence?
Hancock.
Well, John Hancock. Is this the guy? No. Yeah, John Hancock.
John Bradshaw is the first person who signed.
Oh, interesting.
The thing. Not what they show later is Cromwell, but Bradshaw was the first. So out of the many that signed it, and we'll get onto that, what happened to them later. He was the first one. So his character is very underplayed because he was the person who was like, no, we're going to chop off his head. We're all going to sign this. We're all going to do this. We need this cult that isn't a cult and things. But what I said earlier, top little right of the my screenshot there.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Flag.
Yeah,
there you go. The
England and Ireland,
St. George, and the Harp of Ireland. That's what it's called. So and he gets things now in history. It is known that Charles owned them. He apparently was so over intelligent. He just knew what to say. He embarrassed them. What made it worse because he refused to answer any of their questions because he's the highest authority in the land, and you're the only people that he could answer to if there is a sitting parliament. There isn't one. So that's it. I do like that. I think again, you can tell a good actor, and I think even this way, sitting down, just like how he speaks, it's a believable scene. I like this. It's like the back and forth between the court and Alec Guinness. It's great. And again, his look, I think is that. And I think this scene could be longer, like that the whole speech with Churchill and all that, where he has a really drawn out, really memorable scene. You could have gave this to Alec Guinness. I think it would have been great to hear what Charles needs to see, because I think they break it up too much. He has some clever moments, but I think it's a bit tit for tat until, of course, Sir Edward comes in and tells the story of that he saw the Irish Catholic came in. That's it. And it would get at this point, I suppose you want to call it in history, Oliver is full radicalized against the Irish, and
the Catholics,
just the Catholics, really. The Irish are just part of it. But yeah, so he refuses to kind of talk to answer questions about that. That's it until it's a bit of back and forth. It's a good scene. I like it. But it's a very conversational scene, I suppose that's. But I enjoyed it. I enjoy this. It's like a pivotal point in history. It's a little bit shy, but
these real trials did, kind of hinge on the intelligence of the people who were answering the questions, not in addition to their guilt or innocence. The same could be seen in the trial of Catherine of Aragon, when Henry VIII was suing for divorce and she was refusing. And during the trial, she was actually incredibly intelligent and, providing a lot of non-answers to nonsense questions. And I saw a lot of that here in this scene, where they were depicting his intelligence and, how the manner in which he answered the questions. And, a good attorney never asks a question unless he already knows the answer. And that didn't happen in this case. And Charles, of course, his fate was sealed anyway. It really didn't matter how he answered these questions. His fate was going to be sealed anyway. But I like this scene.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's good. I like that. And then, of course, yeah, I think he just plays it well. I think it's like, it's just very well portrayed. And of course they go off, and I thought again, it didn't happen. It probably didn't happen the way they portrayed it, but the regicides, I suppose you want to call it, the regicide, so it's regiciders, going to be, yeah, is they're arguing that we shouldn't, we can't give the death sentence until Oliver, again, what we've seen before. I think he's overacting on this bit. It just really hits home a bit. He just goes full in of like, what are we here for? What do we do? But he does it in such a stage presence. And I mean, literally the forum of, you're on a stage and you need to do. He's so Shakespearean. He's given that deliverance of Shakespeare. It's just a bit too much. It's a bit hard to watch because you're like, oh, you're not overacting. You're acting really well, but you're not in the.
You're in the wrong medium.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, is this the scene? Correct me if I'm wrong. Where he's kind of leans up against the mantelpiece of a fire or something to kind of talk a little bit again with his back to his co-actors, but
yes, a little bit later.
It is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Again, that one of the times I noticed that as well, that it felt very staged, like not only just his acting, but the way they're moving him around the set and all that, back to the co-actors and all that. But also, I found this part when he was leaning up against the mantle speaking, I found it to be the very first time in the entire movie that his voice really sounded like his Dumbledore older age voice. There's something about the way he speaks in this scene that's a little bit softer and a little bit less energetic. My girlfriend
said it as well. My girlfriend said
it. Just that's the first time where I was like, that's Dumbledore. Yep, 100%. It's the way he just kind of brings his energy down to a lower one. It mimics kind of, as he got older, obviously, when he was in the older age, that it just felt, I'm like, oh my God, that's Dumbledore's voice. Now I can hear him.
Oh my God. That is one of my poll questions that I put up. But girlfriend said exactly the same. She looked up and she thought I switched over to Harry Potter. And I'm like, what?
Big time right there.
Yeah, she went, he had the grasp.
Exactly. That raspiness to it, 100%. And I think it's simply because he just takes his energy level down a little bit. So his voice is softer. He's speaking a bit softer. It's a little bit more kind of thoughtful in the way that he's speaking, that I was immediately like, oh, okay, now I see how this is the same guy who was Dumbledore.
Oh, what's that? Sorry. I'm 100% wrong. Never seen this movie, but popping in to stream, I can tell you that station's 100% wrong. Now go back to work.
Hey,
I don't know. Is he new?
Highlander's
new. There is new. Is newbie. Hi, newbie.
We can always count on him.
He thought he was Braveheart. It's fine. So that's fine. So we get, but like it. I don't like this because you're not going to get bullied into writing the. Like you've got to have this. Would take you some balls. Like even like the things, but this is like a difference of opinion. But like the balls you would have to have to write to do the Declaration of Independence is you signing your own death warrant.
Yep.
And this is signing your own death warrant.
Yep.
It is both exactly so to do this. And that's it. But yeah, Oliver Cromwell wasn't the first person. It was John Bradshaw. So just completely wrong there. And then, of course, we go back. But this is portraying John Bradshaw. And I like it. And I like the little performance here because he's slightly shaking.
Mm-hmm.
And
he looks very nervous. Yep.
You believe. Okay. People who aren't religious at this period of time, you are religious. You are a religious person. There's no doubt about it. You're not an atheist or whatever. You're about to kill the appointed king by God.
Yep.
By God. That is scary because if you're wrong, your soul is in going into like down, hell or whatever things what you call it. Like even that.
I was going to say, even the writings of Elizabeth I, when she signed the death warrant for Mary, Queen of Scots, she says, I am signing the death warrant for a monarch anointed by God. She recognized that Mary, Queen of Scots was also a queen. And I am signing the death warrant of a God anointed queen. And it wasn't that she was her cousin that, caused such turmoil. It was that she was, signing the death warrant for someone anointed and appointed by God. So the very, very heavy duty action to take for sure.
And again, I like how Charles is like, Alex Guinness plays a bit shocked like that when they
really
down what? How dare how dare you? But I kind of got it already, because of course he sent everybody away now, like anybody important, away from him. And it's they bring down the judgment. He gets manhandled out. Take your prisoner away, where he got politely walked in. They take him away. And Cromwell is the first again. He stands up, walks out the room. And then the next bit is when you have the scaffolding being built. And I can't remember the guys. Sorry, again, there's too many such and such and such and such. We're going to give you, was it 40,000 warrant to let him live? Now, Sandy, have you got your thing for 17th century British pound to equivalent?
No, hang on. Million. Hold on, give me a minute here.
You actually got it. Okay.
Sorry, did you say 7?
I think it was 40,000.
40. Okay.
So that would be 40,000 in
inflation calculator bank. By the way, the place I go to
1651.
Yeah, when you see the numbers chart, I do use the inflation calculator from the Bank of England. So and
it's got to be a million. It's got to be a million.
I'm sorry. It's probably not going to let me go back to 1651. Let's see how far it lets me go back. Oh my God, it actually does. Holy moly. Your country older than ours. Mine only goes back to I don't know when probably 1789. But yes, yours goes back to 1651. So 40,000.
If it was 40 or 50,000, let's say what you 40.
Okay, hang on. We got to add a lot of zeros here. So 40,000. So that would be 400. Hang on. That's 100. I got to multiply it out now because I can't do 40,000. I have to do 40. So I just have to add a lot of zeros. So 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 63 million. 63.8 million.
Jay, you taking
Jesus,
the money?
Lordy.
It's definitely a large amount.
63.8 million.
Wow.
Wow.
That's it. Oh, that is mad. And you actually think about that when that amount of money sounds a lot. Okay. But when Richard I got captured by the French, their bounty to give him back to the English was £1 million.
So that would have been in what year? Let's see how far back we can go.
Oh, Richard I. Oh, God. The end of Richard I year. One of the Crusades. Don't know when the Crusades is.
1402, something.
Something like that. Yeah.
Realm. Okay,
like
hang
1
on.
million.
1 million. Then. Okay, are you ready? 1 million is back then. 777 is going to be 7.776 billion.
And they paid that. And they paid it.
Wow.
That's amazing. There you go. Wow. So what he got 60, let's round up 65 million to let, and he says, and if this was true, I've not read about that bit.
It's got to be the whole treasury. Like what?
That has to be.
Where does that money? Where is that money? That can't be anywhere, really and truly. I mean, wow.
But he refuses because on sentiment, you do not know my understanding, you know who I am, blah blah blah. That's it. And then I really like this next scene. So it cuts into Charles is waiting. And it goes on. It's very historical, like the bits on it, like with his two shirts. They really quickly skipper it, but it need to be mentioned. It was a cold day, and Charles the First. I need to wear 2 shirts today.
They do it fast though too. There's no death row in these, oldie days. You are to be taken to the place, taken hence, as they say, to the appointed place, and that's it.
So he gives his goodbye to his kids of like, repeat after me. They shall take thy head of thou father. Like, wow. So he has, is that Henry and Elizabeth is there, isn't it?
So here's the thing. This is what I don't understand. I do not understand. And it's historically true.
Yeah.
But I do not understand why they didn't go all the way. Why they didn't kill his heirs. Because that would have been the thing to do. If you want to get rid of
that's what he says.
The monarchy.
I'm guessing what he says because Charles and the rest are over in Netherlands.
Yeah.
And then he tells them that, I'm guessing because he says whatever they do not let them appoint you king. Because like Henry's so young, he's going to be a puppet king, aren't they?
Right.
Really? So that I'm guessing, like you're gonna have some divide because again, I'm guessing it's such a thing. Like England is what it is, and like you do have Republicans now. I guess in calling out England's still a monarchy system. It will be that it's outdated. And they said a lot of it in the night. It's never going to end.
It's not, because the world looks to it really and truly. No matter what we all say and what we've done historically, I'll speak for me. What I admire about it is there is something to be said for the balance of stability with an elected parliament and first minister, etc. And you've got that stability, and that stability kind of, because you don't have a written constitution, that, embodiment in the queen and now the king, that is your kind of your thread through history. A nation that doesn't have a monarchy can't have one. We can't say in America, oh, we want monarchy here, pick a family and you're in charge. But you've got something.
You can come back if you want to come back. You can come back. There might need to be some changes.
I'm so proud to be an American. That's why I come and visit. But I'm very proud to be an American. So no, I wouldn't come back. But I do visit, and I do find that value. But I find it interesting, not because of the film, because the film is correct here, but historically, I just didn't understand why this civil war, the conclusion that it had didn't have the continued momentum to do what the French Revolution did, which was to wipe out the monarchy.
Could it have been an insert because it's only been 150 years, 100 whatever, since the two princes?
It could be.
And that could have been like
and
you
that
got that
feeling
Charles.
there.
Yeah.
You don't kill children, yeah. But then again, it doesn't if it's the system. And then, the English monarchy gets thrown into such an interesting dilemma with the mix of Charles II and all of his siblings who, because it's not he doesn't have children, Charles II, but then his siblings, James I, and then, well, really niece and nephew become William and Mary. But then you have that constant ping pong back and forth between Protestant Catholic, Protestant Catholic, Protestant. Oh, let's have some Germans. So that whole, it does make for interesting history when you've got, what comes after, when the restoration occurs. But yeah, I just think historically that's always an interesting period that, they were left, the royal family was left intact after Charles I.
I'm guessing because you got like Maria. She's still got the French. You go after my kids, the French are going to go after you as well.
Yeah,
so
that's
maybe
true.
that was a thing. Like she knocked out a lot of kids like that. Let's say that in the politest way. Yeah, they don't have the money to go against the French. They don't have the money to have a Protestant army from the Dutch come over. They don't have that. They just don't have it. Like they still have their navy, but yeah, it's they're not. Yeah, it's looking at any other grand European war at this point, bankruptcy. It's going to be bankrupt because you still got the Scots are still asking for their money, and you still got the troubles in Ireland. That's it. But I think this like things like that. The kid. I don't know what it is. I think he did a good job. Like that, he was believable. Like crying. Like that. I thought he did a really, really, really good job. And then you have the moment. We are ready. Yeah, and he's
the emblem on his cape. That is his garter. That is his member of the. He's a knight of the garter, which is the kind of the I guess in terms of honors, the descendant of the mythical Knights of the Round Table, right? Richard I created the Knights of the Garter out of his adoration of Arthuriana to try to create a round table. And to this day, there are still Knights of the Garter wearing that exact same cape and emblem. Currently, the Charles and William and Camilla and Anne and, all of those who are honored in the royal family, plus those who are not in the royal family. So former prime ministers also participate in the Order of the Garter. So it was interesting to see that was the cape he wore. He was going out a knight.
That's it. So I love this scene. I think it's the most compelling. But I think it's supposed to be things like that. So you get the outside of Westminster Hall, outside the banquet things that we'll talk about later. That's where the scaffold has been built, and they've told. Well, it's probably disrespectful in a way that he's going to walk. That they even ask, "Is there a carriage, or am I going to walk?" You're going to walk. I like that. Well, the fresh air this morning will do me the world of good. Like something like that. And I'm like, fair play. And I could see, like you could see, like probably, how Alec Guinness plays it so well. You're like, probably Charles probably did do that. Like, that's it. And of course he gets up, they make him walk past all the parliamentarians. Again, they need the final look between him and Oliver. Cromwell gives him a good stare back, and he goes down, sees his wooden coffin, you know, and the rest of everybody thinks. And I think it's good. Like, he has a little, again, it's good acting. He just has that little, it's so subtle, that just little pullback of like, oh, I'm strong. And he gets there, has a look, and you just see Guinness. Just that little, pullback. I'm like, bloody hell. It's just those little, you know, like those little moments of acting. It's, you don't have to say anything. It's you. And how he just pulls back. Oh, it's just like, yeah. Because you're going to, whatever, how strong you are, you're going to go, what? Oh, no. Like that. And I thought it was great. And of course, then he goes to meet his executioner. Can't you
bear to show your face
in front of the king? That's it. Well, I didn't look up if this was actually, I'm guessing so, because the executioner's masks were very bizarre, some of them. I'm guessing this was period piece. I'm guessing because they've done so well in the costume design. I'm guessing.
But they didn't, it's not that they didn't want the person who they were killing to see them. It's because they didn't want the crowd, if there were sympathizers in the crowd, or if sympathies turned in future, you know, you didn't want to be seen. The one thing that this film does get wrong in this scene is when the executioner raises his head and says, you know, to behold the head of a king, or something to that effect. Executioners also would not talk. They would never say a word. So there are scenes, for example, in the Tudors and some other films around, you know, the execution of Anne Boleyn or Catherine Howard, where they say, "Do you forgive me?" They did not. They did not talk. The condemned would often say, "I do forgive you," without, you know, maybe the person would whisper it, but they didn't talk because they did not want to be recognized at all, including by their voice.
But I do like seeing it. Just feels like what an ending Monty would do, because he speaks to his people, you know, and he even says, you know, my land, or what, you know. It's a great thing. The actual speech is like, if you ever like, you go and there's transcripts of it, it's really good. It's really like, you just owned everybody. You made everybody feel guilty. Let's say that. But also in a way that makes you feel beyond godly, like, I suppose, like that. But I like that even when he gets his silk hat on, and it's like, will there do? You know. And the
because you want a clean cut. Okay, if you ever find yourself in this situation, and I hope none of us do,
Jay might. Out of all of us, I'm guessing Jay.
I'm praying.
One thing you want. You do not want a situation like Mary Queen of Scots. You definitely don't want a situation like Thomas Cromwell was not a what do they say? Not a good death. You don't want hacking.
Was a distant cousin of Oliver Cromwell.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah, and he got hacked. He's
hacked. It went in his back first.
Oh God.
Yeah. The I think that's the one where the executioner was drunk. Like, they got the executioner drunk on purpose so that he could barely swing the thing, and he hacked him in the middle of the back first. Oof. He was hacked. And then Mary Queen of Scots, it was just botched. It hit her in this, okay, not to be graphic. It hit her in the center of the skull, but not deep. She was still very aware and screaming. They had to step on her shoulders to pull. They couldn't get the axe out of the back of her head. They had to step on her shoulders, think about it, wrench it, and then hack it again. Yeah, you don't want that to happen. So you definitely want a clean cut, as they say.
Yeah. So, he gives the executioner, as you probably like, just gives a subtle nod. That is correct. This bit is actually true. He possibly a little bit different, but he actually did give the signal. It was he's right to do that. So that's what he did. I think this. So he goes, let me go down, have my prayer. I don't know, get into position. And once the signal's been done, I think it's good because you don't see the full signal. You just see the shoulders kind of move into that position, as what he's just said. And of course,
nice clean cut.
Nice clean cut. Yeah. And when it goes down, boom, you find out Cromwell has not been looking. He's turned away. And then what Sandy's always said, here is the head of a traitor or something.
A traitor. Yeah, a traitor.
In the most unbelievable London accent, especially for the time there. I believe that I'm a traitor. It's like, oh my god. So yeah, it did make me laugh in a thing. But I think that whole, like, the lead up before, him leaning against the mantelpiece, the fireplace, sorry, and then going with the kids. This is great. I think this scene, even though there's historical inaccuracies slightly, but I like the scene. It's a good ending in a bad way for Charles, but I think they did it well. I think that's it. That's it. And then of course it jumps then to, of course, Oliver back in his house with some great riding gear still on.
Boots, yeah, good boots.
Yeah. And then they all come in and they offer him the crown. They like, England needs its king. This actually did happen, according to his story. They did offer him the crown. So yeah, of course he turned it down in this one by laughing, smiting, and calling him the guy who we see in the first scene scum. I'm guessing that wouldn't have been a word back then. That they're unelected through Parliament. And then of course we go back to Parliament House. We have a gavel outside saying these people are unelected again, and we find out quickly, they've been abusing their power. They have been using their time since the king's not been there, to get their money, not hold another election. Even the other elections would be, it would still be what elections, not what we know today. But who's listening is Cromwell is listening, and he's getting annoyed because he still has the army. What they don't really portray in this, and he does what Charles does. I'm not going to say it because I can't remember the word now. Sandy. He oh my
dissolves.
God.
Stop.
Oh
stop. I'm saying hallucinate. Dissolves Parliament.
Dissolves Parliament.
I'm never going to be able to say that word again. Dissolves. I have to Parliament dissolve. You dissolve Parliament. You dissolution the monasteries. That's where.
Yes, there we go. Oh, man. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so he does what Charles does. He takes them all out. The army, these parts of the army come in, tells them all to go. Speaker of the House gets, I'm not going to leave, it will by your leave, sir. And he just goes for it as his little, again, Richard Harris as Cromwell moment kicks off. And then it ends by really that Oliver Cromwell was made protector of England for 5 years until his death. His son took over until Charles II got reinstated. It's a bit like that. And the worst thing is, like, when he's like saying about Jay, I want you to quickly Google, and this will be funny because I like Jake like that, and how amazing. On Google, what did Oliver Cromwell ban? Because they go on to that. They go on to a whole thing about, I will bring the university's teachings and all that. It was a very vile period, but we'll go on to that in a moment. Jay, have you got up certain things?
Says he banned theater.
Yes.
Bear baiting, whatever that is, and forbade people from drinking or celebrating Christmas.
Puritans, man. Those Puritans.
What is this? I don't know if this is a YouTube appropriate
He's
question or not,
Scrooge.
but what the hell is bear baiting?
It's like chicken fighting. If you can, like you don't, isn't it like you put a bear in a ring and then you just let it kill whatever's in the ring? Is that what it is?
No, bear baiting is not that. Bear baiting is instigating somebody to have a fight.
Oh, okay. So it's not about a bear. Okay. I thought it was
it's
throwing a bear in a ring with something to kill. Okay.
No.
It's basically just no instigating a fight.
Yeah, he banned inns, pubs, like kind of anywhere that people. He didn't want. It was against the law. I think it was for more than 4 people to be at the same table at the same time.
Jeez, he was about the no fun zone.
He ruled through to Parliament, but not things that you couldn't celebrate Christmas on your own, Easter. You had to do it through the church, though there was a ban of celebrating, so you couldn't have your own house things. Theatre was banned, music was banned. Literally anywhere where anybody would be congregating, anybody would have fun. He was
paranoid. They were scheming against him. Is that what it is?
I'm guessing so, and I think
you have to imagine to some degree, at least.
Yeah, and I think also he thought, the Puritan movement was true. Like the church is the right way. The church were leading him into this path of no alcohol, no things. All this kind of way. It was weird. So it's one of that when they said about I will give everybody education. Yeah, but only the Puritan way, only this way, not the way we've had things. And then of course through that is a bit. I'll show it up. Is like they show a tomb, of course, and then this plaque.
Now where is this? It's not at Westminster. Oh, it's at. Where is it?
Nope. I can tell you where it is. It's in your brain. Because what happened? Okay, okay. After all this, what we had just under 5 years of Cromwell, and then just under a year he died, and then Richard came in. Probably about 200 days or something like that, and then of course after that 2 years later, whenever it was, they got Charles II back, and then Charles II he took revenge. He said he wasn't going to do, but he took revenge. So every single person who signed that document who was still alive was murdered, and if their family members agreed with what they did, they were murdered. That is it. And then what happened is Cromwell got buried at Westminster. His tomb got destroyed. He got pulled out there with also John Bradshaw and another one who was already dead. They got pre-mortem execution, got their heads chopped off as an execution. Their bodies got hung up for a few 3 days, and then guessing mutilated. They don't really know what actually happened to Cromwell's. There's myths about his body, and then
pieces around.
And then Charles II put on I think it was like a 20-foot pike their heads, and then left Cromwell's head up there for 20 years, rotting in Parliament, in Commons. So they would know if anything you do. So they had to walk past it every day, knowing if you do what you do, regicide, this is what happened to you. So, So what happened to, of course, Charles was the first ever king not to be buried at Westminster Abbey. He was buried at Windsor, and then what happened is Wren was supposed to build these things, and then Charles went, no, we have it here. So that's where most monarchs are now buried today, is with so
They literally sewed his head back on before they buried him. They kind of restored his body. And then he was buried in the vault where the Henry VIII vault under the Garter Chapel, where the Knights of the Garter Chapel is in St. George's Chapel, Windsor. Because when you look on the ground, it says here is buried Henry VIII, James Seymour, Charles I, and one of the Jameses, I think, is buried there. And around, like when you look up to the ceiling, are all the banners of all the Knights of the Garter. That's a really cool place. If you're going to go to London, you have to go to Windsor and you have to go to St. George's Chapel because it's
great.
so amazing. It's so much history just right there. But I didn't know if there was any bits left of Cromwell anywhere. So it was.
No.
So they did bury him at Westminster. Wow.
No, there is. His head is being preserved. It got sold off in like the 20th century.
Oh my lord!
Because somebody,
we'll have to look that
I'm
up.
guessing somebody pickled it and sold it for whatever. His head is still somewhere.
Oh man,
still on a part of a pike. He's family didn't get a good ending, let's say that. But wow. I just put on my poll was Oliver Cromwell righteous, horrible, optimistic, or like Dumbledore? The winner was like Dumbledore, but only with 80%.
I think he was opportunistic. That's what.
Yeah, that was 31%. That was it. I think that would be the winner if you were like or like Dumbledore. But I think this movie, away from the historical inaccuracies, I think it's a good entertainment movie. We got other ones that are just destroy history. I think because the acting, it does it well, and I think you get confused quite a lot, and that makes you want to pick it up. And that's what it did for me. You find out that Cromwell, like, here we go. You've had it in America, and we've had it over here. Like the movement of bringing down statues because they did something in the past. Like, and Cromwell's is still sitting out of Parliament and still nice.
Right outside of it.
And okay, people relay him to the modernization of Parliament, the statues, but there were more contribution moments to that. But he's underlining thing. Okay, he was a part of the Civil War and he was the protector, but he was there because he had an army that was destroying everything. And what he did in Ireland is a war crime. Let's just put it, it would be classed as a war crime. Now there's parts of the movie after, I can't remember what battle it was, that he came across they call it the baggage. It's all the wives of all the men. And what he did is because most of them were Welsh, and prostitutes, he had a thing against prostitutes, so he cut them. They say he didn't order, but he was there, so he definitely did. Is the baggage train, there we go, is cut them up so they wouldn't get paid for again. And made sure, and then all the Welsh, even though they said they were Welsh, he believed they were Irish. Gone. Irish, he must be Catholic. Gone. So like that. So he had a really weird thing. And then of course, nobody can understate the horrific things he did in Ireland. And there's no go between. There wasn't like, okay, I'll come into a village. Okay, we're trying to turn you to Protestant or whatever, reform you. It was literally burn the place down, rape, pillage, kill, everything. That's what his rule was. It wasn't the change people into being Protestant against Catholic. It was the eradication of Ireland of any Catholics. It was a horrendous time in history. I think is understated because of what he did in that small period to things. And yeah, if I had to say why is his statues any portrayed anywhere, that would be one person, because he was horrid. He is a horrid person. Like anything that was against his religious etiquette, I suppose, that he believed that the church was telling him, because this is a like he's a fundamentalist, I suppose you want to. He believes on what they are telling him, and he drove it home by the most vicious way of not. He got to the point, we can't change these people. Let's get rid of them. That is the solution. Yeah, I would put him not as a object. I would think he's horrid. He's a horrid man in history. Whereas this movie, and I think I said it in the thing, like they over romanticize it because he seems like he's doing it for the people. The people aren't nothing at the time. So yeah, it's history wise, this is completely far fetched. It is literally but then they couldn't do it, that. But I, read that the interference by the studios that want everything, dumb it down. We need to kind of like, he's the hero, but he shouldn't be.
Oh, they definitely, they definitely play him to be a hero in this, because coming from somebody who knew nothing about him or this entire portion of history, I had heard the name before, but I never really knew much about him. So this was really the first kind of introduction to, this whole conflict and all that for me in these people. And he 100% comes out of this seemingly like as if he was a hero of some sort, a hero of the people, kind of like you just said. And it's honestly, with that having been my first introduction to Cromwell, it's shocking to find out that, that's what you just said is who the real person was versus how this movie portrayed him.
Go on, Sandy. We got the notes.
For sure. Well, I think we've talked about just everything here. This was a 1970 film, and we talked about where it was filmed and some of the issues with Hatfield House that were not addressed in the film. One thing I did want to say is, this is Sir Alec Guinness, and I looked up. I was like, is Richard Harris a knight? And he's not a knight of the British. Yeah, he's not a knight of the British realm, but he's a knight, believe it or not, in Denmark. So he was knighted in Denmark. I don't know. I have to do a little more research.
I know there's a big link, the British Isles and Denmark, but
oh yeah. So they have
because he's a Republican. He's so how he did Oliver Cromwell. If you've after what I've just said, and Sandy, you definitely probably know, like Catholic yourself, is like the horrors he did before this. Like, is probably the worst hated person.
Catholic. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There was some story, and I can't remember if it's the when they were rehabbing some kind of British building in Ireland. Okay, so maybe not an embassy of some sort. I don't know, but and they put all these pictures of famous Britons in the building, and one of them was Oliver Cromwell, and they just didn't. That was like okay, who? Even over there, even here, I know that's horribly inappropriate, and over there they didn't realize how horribly inappropriate this was. So now we're not going back to the 17th century for our conversions of pounds then to pounds now. We're doing conversions of pounds in 1970 to pounds now. So 1970 budget was $6 million, and that would be $80 million today. A kind of average, middle of the road budget. But I could not get any good box office figures, although most sites said it was, a quote top movie of 1970. Ryan's Daughter was the #1 film in Britain that year. I'm ashamed to say I don't know Ryan's Daughter.
I've never heard of it.
That was #1. Kess was #2. I do know Kess. That's a good film. If that's not on our list, we need to put Kess on our film list. Here, to give the costume designer Vitrio Ni no Novarise. That's a good name. won the Oscar and the BAFTA for the best costume design, and it was also nominated for an Oscar for best music for the film. Now, this was best music, not best original score, but so there might have been a combination of actual historical or maybe not of the period, but actual classical or other songs in the film, so the entire score was not original. But
they use the music quite prominently, like it's there, isn't it? It's like it makes you feel like
very
you're in a church.
Yeah. It's regarded as a well-made but historically inaccurate film. I think that kind of sums it up. Give it the credit it's due, certainly for the costumes, the set. I do give it a lot of credit for this being at Shepperton Studios, and also again filmed. I guess you made the comment earlier about well, it doesn't look like England because it's sunny. Probably some filming choices for some of movies at this time, or even today, to not film in England might be for that very reason. If you don't want to capture the dreary, overcast, sort of typical British weather, maybe you do that. Maybe that is why you film elsewhere. So
there you go. That was great, because that's what I was thinking. There was a college. There you go. His head's there.
Oh,
so his head's preserved at the college. That's it. They couldn't find his body. His body's always been a myth where it's gone. But yeah.
Wow. Oh my God, Daryl, thank you so much for doing research for us. I absolutely love that.
Actually, yeah.
Because we never know where this conversation's going to go. And the lasting I guess impression of this film is, it is that slice of English history that we don't have in really any other films, at least that were released in the United States. Not terribly popular here, and really complicated. But if you just focus on the story that it's trying to tell more as a bit of entertainment versus a bit of history, I certainly think it's worth a watch. I think that's for me where its value is.
Yeah, for me, I'm going to go first. I'm going to go first for my reviews. Like, I think this period is interesting. I think we lose the history by not understanding it sometimes, and I mean that is because you need to learn about this history by watching this movie and then going, oh, I didn't know about that. It was things, especially like not dumbing down like just Americans, but like you don't know. Like, I don't know fully about American history, so I watch a movie and go, huh, that was interesting, and then go down that rabbit hole. I'm just like that. And it's not just, of course, Americans, but any other ones that I do that. And I think this is what's good, because there's not enough of this. I always think, if you go, I said at the start, there's a 200 year period that's interesting. Why isn't there? And it really annoys me. Even today, the budget is War of the Roses series,
like a Game of Thrones. On, yep.
Go for it. Oh, you gonna get epic. You've got so many.
There's so much
different halvings and such information there. You could do it, and it could be great, because people know how the Richard III, all that kind of get that. Boom, that's the ending. You know the ending, but the lead up, the chess pieces is really interesting. Then you've got, we have other things, but then of course you have a lot. I think it was like probably the 50s and the 60s. Hollywood got really interested in Henry VIII, didn't they?
Yeah.
Like they got there's loads of Henry VIII stuff. Then you've got a limited, probably 70s of Elizabeth I. I've Kate Blanchett ones.
Girl power, that coincided with women's rights. Elizabeth I became really popular, because she was a girl power, leader, and rightly so, not a propped up, ruler who maybe really wasn't all that. She really was. And I think that, that you do have those periods of time. I don't think there's ever been a period since like the 50s where there hasn't been something of Henry VIII's time in media. Right now, it's the musical Six. That musical Six, which is about the six wives of Henry VIII creating a girl band. Okay. It's fun. It is fun. And there's a lot of historical accuracy in those songs. Like, there are little tidbits in the songs. There are certain people in the crowd, they're like, "Uh-huh, you got it." Like my daughters are going just singing and laughing, and I'm just shaking my head. "Ooh, that was good. Oh, that was good. They got that. They got it right." I think it's interesting. But you're right. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're right. I want The War of the Roses. I wanna see it. Miniseries, they could do an
Well,
amazing
I was
job.
surprised nobody did it after he was found in the car park. Maybe you've been
Oh
there,
my
like, so
gosh,
yeah,
I know.
it's a bit of an oddity that nobody went, maybe they can't, I don't know, it could be a rights issue, I don't know. But like there's other there's no James the First, like there is nothing, and then you get this is probably you have to go for the English Civil War, and this is probably the only grand, except for some really good documentaries out there. This is it. This is it. I can't find any other movie that is of stature that is Kings, and this is inaccurate. This is inaccurate, and we go by that, but it's very well done. Inaccurate. It's quite entertaining. It's very intense. It's a very intense one. I say I think I've given my points and past of what I think about. Like I go through my score. I if I had to give it a movie score, just taking out everything I know, throw it away. I mean, I think it's from the 1970s. It's going to be like a soft 8. I'm going to go for 7.5, and just because of the historical accuracy, my brain going out, I'm going to give it like a 6.5. I think it's good. I think there's some overacting that kills it off by Richard Harris. I'm always going to up a point. Always in every movie for Sir Alec Guinness. Always going to do it.
As you should. Where's my little bell? We need our little bell, our little ding, 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 Alec Guinness bell.
Yeah. But yeah, the historical accuracy knocks it down. Just knocks it down. I think the movie is being edited incorrectly, but you can understand that by the involvement by the studios wanting it such a weight and the things. Oh, something just fell down. What was that? Something just fell. Are we going to catch your screen? Something just
Ben
fell.
Kenobi. If it was Ben Kenobi, if it was
something just
Ben
fell.
Kenobi,
Oh no!
my god!
No, Ben, just down there. Something just fell. The bottom one, just behind the Rocketeer, and the Rocketeer Timothy Dalton's in. So there you go.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
There we go. It's all happening. That's it. But yeah, that's just thrown me off. I need to pick it up. But anyway, I'm like, what was it? I can't remember what I put there. It wasn't expensive. Yeah, I adore. I think the look and the feel looks good, and I think it's a good one. I think everybody, like, if you're interested in like those kind of history movies, I would say, yeah, it's a look. Because you have great acting on it, you have great stage presence. I think it gives a lot of that. For a historical point of view, it's hit or miss. I think there's parts of it that are good here, that are way off. Would I recommend everybody seeing it? It's going to be my first movie where I say probably no. I wouldn't. I think this is the movie is quite long, and I think this is going to be one for the movie buff. Mm-hmm. I think the modern audience, if you're a bit an age, I just don't think you're going to get it. I just don't think you're going to get it because I think it's structured in such a way that unless you're into that kind of, I don't mind hearing somebody talk for like 20 minutes. You know, like if you don't like Churchill, where like what's his name? Who's the actor in Churchill? Who's done Churchill?
Gary Oldman
Talks for like 10 minutes. Boom, 10 minutes out of pause. If you don't like that kind of movie, I don't think you're gonna like this because it is a lot of talk, a lot of talking. It's a lot of chess pieces being moved by the vocabulary of each character between the two, really. But otherwise from that, yeah, I think I think people will enjoy it because they're like, that is things. I think it's one that you probably watch and it'll probably go past and you'll see on TV. You'll be like, I remember watching this. I'll watch it again. I don't think it's one you need to go back to and watch it. Like there's historical ones that you go, you know what? I've got my Geek on. I need to go and watch this again. So I'm gonna give it like a soft 6.5. And now I'm gonna go off screen. Sandy J, go. And I'm gonna go and pick up that comic.
Jay, go.
All right, I'll go. So for me, I enjoyed the movie. I agree with a lot of everything Stacey's just said, honestly. So I won't repeat too much of it, not to bore the audience here. But I think it was an entertaining watch, an interesting watch. I think Sir Alec Guinness was great in this. I think Richard Harris was surprisingly not as good as I would have expected. Just too much overacting, too much of the onstage presence, which is a weird thing to say because it's not usually something I mind. It's actually usually something I appreciate, stage-trained actors in film and the job that they do. But this one just feels too much like he was on stage. And I think even just some of the stuff, director-wise with Timothy Dalton's character, as well as, kind of as you pointed out earlier, the way they manipulated the set almost felt a little bit too stage-based as well. But, Timothy Dalton's character not being all that well done or maybe just too over the top in design. Some of those things direction-wise I didn't like. Storytelling-wise, a little rushed in a few spots. But, also at the same time, I think, like I said, Sir Alec Guinness's acting was pretty good. There's a lot of good acting throughout it and other characters. It was an interesting story to learn about, even though I now feel like I didn't really hear or learn the real story. So in a weird way, this film gets credit in terms of history films. It gets credit for being something that sparked my interest to look into this actual point of history a little bit more. Mm-hmm. But not because it was accurate, more so because the way they portray the, Cromwell character in this is so heroic versus what, Stasis was just explaining as the real Cromwell. So that difference in character versus real person has sparked an interest to just learn more, to find out exactly what really, happened and how this guy really was. So weirdly enough, it still sparked that historical movie interest, which I think is like one of the best things historical movies can do, is make people want to learn more about the real thing. It just did it from such a weird way of being apparently so inaccurate that now I actually want to search into the accuracy. So overall, like I said, enjoyable movie. I'm glad I watched it. I also agree with Stasis on the recommendation side of things, where this is another one that falls into the bucket of, if I know that you're into this kind of thing, whether it be history or that you're a movie buff, I would definitely recommend it. If you're not, and you're just more of a casual movie watcher, probably not going to hit for you. So I'd recommend something else. But so some people definitely, other people probably not. And as a score, I probably fall right in the 6 range as well. So that's kind of my whole thought process on it.
Cool. I'm just going to show you the comic that fell down. And this is weird. And I mean, it's weird. Okay. All right. It was Conan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But read what it says at the bottom there.
The most savage hero of all. Yeah, fair enough.
And I was like,
fair enough.
Weird. That's weird, isn't it? I was like, so we just yeah, because he's portrayed as kind of a hero type. So
but Conan, obviously asserting himself here in that moment as the most savage.
I am the most savage. Go on, it's now. This is I always like this because I'm a Church of England, a Protestant. Jay, whatever you are, I'm guessing, but Sandy, you've been prominent that you're Catholic. This is going to be quite good because I'm guessing you knew Oliver Cromwell. You didn't know the movie.
Correct. Yeah, I did. I knew Cromwell. I did not know the movie. So I was also kind of, as you could tell when we were discussing it earlier, I was kind of looking at this time period as the parallel to what was going on in the colonies over here at the time, because it was, a really important time for the colonies, particularly the colony that I now live in, that my ancestors did not come to quite that early. My ancestors came in the 1800s, but I I would recommend this film. I hate to be so presumptuous, but I would recommend this film to Britons who need a little inspiration for British history, to do exactly what both of you said, to learn more and to learn the real story. I do find that even, twisted history, as I'm going to actually copyright that if someone else hasn't. Twisted history can still make us.
That's a series, isn't it?
That's a good one. I like
yeah, I think that's our next
horrible histories. That's it.
Yeah,
oh my God.
I think that's our next
Sandy's Twisted History.
YouTube series.
I like that.
But I think in the hands of the right people, it makes them ask questions and really dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And I could have spent a lot more time looking into this era because it is not an era that I know much about at all. And I've mentioned before, I've heard of Roundheads and Cavaliers, and I've walked past where Cromwell was, where Charles I was executed, and so I know that part just very vaguely of English history, but I really don't understand the, all of the impact of, as they call it, the interregnum period. As far as the film, I agree with both of you on the acting. It is some over the top, incongruent acting by Richard Harris at times, and other actors. I do think Alec Guinness is the strong suit in this film. I also do appreciate the attempts at the costumes, the settings, etc. Although I just think there were opportunities missed there to maybe perhaps go to different sites of historic, the real historic sites in England, if that was possible. Overall, in terms of the film, I give it a 5.5. I think it is worth a watch for those who are interested in history. I don't think it's, to your points, I don't think it's a recommend, just, hey, I've got nothing better to do, let's watch Cromwell. But I always give a separate score for historic accuracy, and I give a letter grade for historic accuracy. And this one, I think this is my lowest. This is a D plus. This is a D plus, and I just gave it a little plus other than a wholesale D. The plus is for the care taken with the costumes and the and in some cases probably some of the weaponry, the pikes and the cannon were probably, I'm an artillery chick. The cannon were probably correct.
I went through this book, and it's wrong. How do I always have it just here?
The cannon, so the cannon was not historically accurate then. Oh, that's not good. I was hoping I love cannon. I was hoping the cannon was historically accurate. No. But yeah, that gets a D plus.
But that's why they do quite well, is because if it was zoomed in and you can see that the muskets and all the okay.
Well, and the sheer numbers, right? They
Yeah.
wouldn't have the. It's not just about.
But we can do that. Like
would they have them? Would these farmers have these? No, and yeah. So yeah, it's
how many times I've watched the movie and I've liked the movie and I'm like, oh my God, and I sat back and Jake, my old friend, has gone, what is it? I went, they wouldn't have a flintlock there. They wouldn't have had that barrel right like me. And she's like, does it matter?
It does matter.
This I'm like,
it does matter.
Yes, it does. They have the wrong caliber. And then like that, but she always laughs. She's like,
one of the things I always get on is if I'm watching like films that portray like, the early settlers in the US or the Wild West, and if there's ever those folks in a pub, in a saloon, or even in front of one of those old time photographers with the flash bulb that flashes and they're all smiling, that makes me crazy. One of my ancestors was one of the first photographers in Baltimore, and why no one is actually smiling in most photos before the 1900s? Number one, they didn't have any teeth. Number two, when you smiled in a photo, it was assumed that you had some kind of disability. Laughter and smiling was indicative of not being right in the head. And so that when you were in a picture, you were always extremely serious in photos back then. The predominant reason, because many people didn't have teeth or were missing a lot of teeth. But that's one of those things. If I see that in a film, I go crazy. I'm like, they wouldn't be smiling. They wouldn't be smiling for the camera. That's not what they did. But
I
overall,
always smile.
I do too. That's nowadays. Yes, I have teeth. You do too. But I think, as always, I'm glad to have watched this film and talked about it with you, because initially I gave it a 5, but after talking to both of you, I did bump it up to a 5.5, because sometimes when I watch films, I lean so hard toward the historical accuracy that I don't give it a fair view for everything that went into it as a work of art and a work of entertainment. So that's why we love Film Club.
That is
absolutely
correct. Yeah, I think this is good. Now I've moaned. I'm gonna put my hands up. Guilty, and I'm guilty because of the British and the English, or whatever you want to call it, is education system. And I think we've said in the past, and I've said a couple of times, oh, you don't study this. You don't. We've had movies. The English Civil War is not very represented in English curriculum.
Really?
It's not there.
Is it because it's so hard because of the two sides, different? Why is that?
Like you go the kings and the monarchs, I suppose you want to go with that, and then you've got you don't. Okay, it is weird. It must be what back in the day. I sound really old. There is it must have been geographical as well, because my girlfriend learned about the War of Roses. I didn't. I learned more about slightly Charles II and Henry VIII more than she did. And I said it must have been geographical. But this period of time, and I'm guessing it's because it's so... You need like 10 years to learn this, because it's just so all over the place. There's so many, as we said whilst watching the movie. Who's that? I've lost what that name is, where they are connected to. Are they parliamentarians now? Are they royalists now? You get kind of lost. I think it's one of those ones. If you're going to study it, you need to study that. And that's your vibe. I think there's... not being rude, there's so much English history, you're gonna get lost. And I think, like if I had to go for like a civil war, I'm like, it's just because of the parts that and things, like it's so backhanded religion against political. I would rather learn about the American Civil War. And I think and I'm being very, it's like against who died and what it's about. It's a bit more interesting. It's a bit more, like I say, it's got a bit more panache like that. It has, and I think it's more modern,
more compact. It's only 4 years. It's not tens. But it's got tens of years.
But the battles are battles. These are like chasing all that. Like I always say, like I think I've said this. There's not a lot of American independent good war movies. There's not a lot of it. The Indian Wars, there's not, because they're just so complicated. Where do you have to just concentrate on a battle, like concentrating about like Last of the Mohicans. I like that movie, I really do, and I think like I got the comic right down there. Marvel did a comic of it, and I think it's a good story. I think it's a plagiarism. It's an entertainment of that period of time. Not much about history, but it interested me enough now that to go to history to find out about that. The French, the English, like that is how is that not a series as well? With War of Roses, like the French Indo Wars. It's just interesting. Why is that not? Because it's so overcomplicated. People don't know where to start, because most of it is nothing else is happening except for people dying of typhoid, dysentery, or like famine or whatever, and then a major battle. And the major, like that period of time, most of it's either a stalemate or it's a bombardment. It's that's it. there is you're getting to you're starting a period of time that is the conventional war, line against line, meat is gone, and then especially when you get into like the American Civil War, the weaponry changed so much and got more brutal. That's why you have a lot more lost limbs, because you got taken out. There wasn't just a musket in you.
Well, and part of our study is, the Civil War and to some extent the World Wars. Our study also kind of shows all of the inventions and the progress that was made in medicine and technology because of the war. So you had all the medical advances like, hello, wash your hands before you dress a wound, and all the things that Clara Barton did, and kind of beginnings of the American Red Cross, and then in terms of technology, going from balloon ascents to mapping out troop positions, which we call kind of the birth of the Air Force, the balloons, to all the technology that came about just in a few years. So there are layers of the American Civil War that I think would interest anyone. You don't have to just be interested in history. You could be interested in technology. You can be interested in medicine. You can be interested in politics. There's so many things you can be interested in. The expansion of our country, right, depended on the outcome of the Civil War. So the layers still exist, similar to your war. While it's not religious versus politics or political, it is economic. It is obviously the important, issue of slavery. It is also states' rights versus national rights, but those layers aren't as the layers of the English Civil Wars just seem so complicated because it's sprawling so far over time and so far over, involving other nations as well. And here it was a little more compact. But yeah, for my money, more interesting as well. U.S. Civil War had definitely, and had Europeans who greatly contributed to war tactics on both sides. Americans, the Union Army liked to bring in German tacticians, right or for wrong. The one that was assigned to my ancestors' unit wasn't so great and led them to stunning defeats. He didn't last very long. But yeah, it was also, being watched from around the world to see yet again what this country was going to do and how that might impact the other nations around the world.
Well, there was a lot of talk that the British would get involved, and the monarchy was very heavily.
Queen Victoria had her eyes all over it.
Sympathetic to the Southern cause,
Yep.
but the concessions were too high. We wanted a lot of land back, like that. We wanted Cuba, Florida, just a lot of that.
Well, it's interesting how the British people today always claim how Britain, which is true, British abolished slavery before the United States did. Absolutely, Britain did. But Queen Victoria was happy to support the Southern cause. No one talks about that. She was really happy to get back land and tons of resources.
But we have to do that when we get onto a Civil War movie. That I'm guessing a lot of people like that believe the Lincoln free the slaves.
Oh, don't!
That's not what he did.
3 hours.
That is not what he did, and I think that he did not do that.
He did not.
It was a political, great strategic movement to really put now like really quickly into the Southern movement, and then not affect the North. That's it. And Fanny was her family has still had a great plantation in the North, didn't she? Like that, I can't remember where it was. They all had money. They all the politicians had their fingers in something.
They did, and you had again not down. Slavery is horrible, wrong. Let's say that categorically. Slavery was not the sole issue in the Civil War. If Lincoln had wanted to free the slaves, he would have done it in April of 1861 when the first shots were fired in the Civil War. He did not free the slaves through the Emancipation Proclamation until January 1st, 1863, almost 2 years later. And he waited until the result of the Battle of Antietam, which actually wasn't the resounding victory that the Union portrayed. It was a victory, and it is what allowed him to be able to sign it and to say it was going to go into effect. He announced it in, I think, October 1862. It wasn't put into effect until January of 1863. So I'm sorry, don't get me started. Like the Battle of Antietam, that's the one right in my backyard. That is the bloodiest day in American history. That is the one, battlefield that I spend the most time at, including the Battle of South Mountain that preceded it. But absolutely, there are, we're going to have to be really careful when that Civil War film does come up on the wheel.
We've got
Gods and
Generals. We've got Gods and Generals, Glory, and
Gettysburg.
So
we've got all 3 G's, the 3 G's.
Jay, you need to study because I ain't talking that long and to shut up, Sandy.
Yeah, I'm getting history lessons every week here, so I'm still taking it all in.
Well, I'm going to get I've got my battle book. That's it. If that comes out,
I'm going to broadcast from Antietam. I'm going to stream from the.
This is the thing: is do we do it by? I have to be the Southern sympathetic person because of the things. And what are you two going to be? Hold it. So Jay's a Yankee. Theoretically, aren't you? You're more north.
Jay's the Yankiest of the Yankee, and I live in a border state.
What would you be? You'll be on the cusp. You'll be like 50%. 50%. Yeah,
just like where I live. I live south of the technical border, right, which is the Mason-Dixon line, but the real geographic border is really the Potomac River. It just is. And so, so Maryland is both north and south, and it really came down to East versus Western Maryland, just like West Virginia peeled itself off from Virginia. Western Maryland was very Union centric, and the Central and Eastern Maryland was Confederate. So anyway, long story we can have there.
I do like how Jay didn't get angry for the first time anybody calling me Yankee.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Stacey. I caught it. I just didn't go into it. My first thing was gonna be, well, I'm certainly not a Yankee, but I just let it slide because you guys were on a roll.
Historical wise, you would be right.
Historically, Yankee, yes. I would have been.
There's a Boston.
I am not Boston. Still,
there's
technically,
not a Boston thing. You'll still be your class as a Yankee, I'm guessing. For Boston, there's not Boston something, is there? Was there Boston?
Not that I can think of. No, you guys would know better than I do.
Yeah. I mean, during the Civil War, it was, and it was okay. So think about the media today. People didn't call each other Yankees or Rebs. It was used in the media. It was that they did after. It kind of became popular in the media. Like you can imagine any of our colloquial.
What we said, Roundheads and Cavaliers wasn't
exactly.
Yeah, it just gets boiled down.
Exactly.
Right. Well, in that sense, would have been a Yankee being from Boston, but as a diehard Red Sox fan, I can never call myself. I can never refer to myself as such.
That's it. But just to let you know, Jay, it wasn't about tea. It wasn't about tea.
No. Well,
anyway,
it makes for an easy history lesson if you teach it that way.
Though. There we go. Now, I'm going to do something I normally don't do before. I don't think I've ever done before. Now, normally I go to the wheel, as we always do, the wheel, and I remember the movie we picked last week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to do that this time. I'm going to let Sandy do it because you were super excited. Sandy, what's the homework?
Next week we are watching Rocky, and it is there's so much to Rocky. Let's not forget the soundtrack. So this week I've taken the time to listen. I have all 4. Okay, again, I don't count Rocky 5, but Rocky 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've listened to the entire soundtracks on my way to and from work this week. What awesome music! So in the first 2, of course, you get the more instrumental. You get, so if you can't listen to the entire soundtracks, I'm going to tell everyone, Gonna Fly Now is the main theme of Rocky. And then the closing song is called The Final Bell, which those two, you hear them, you know they're Rocky. And then, of course, as you get into the later films, you've got Survivor and you've got Eye of the Tiger and Burning Heart. And there are a couple of other songs on those albums that are just absolutely fantastic. So watch the film Rocky, but listen to the soundtracks separately as well, because they're really, really energizing and inspiring. Rocky, not based on a book, an original story created by Sylvester Stallone, but inspired by a real life boxer who, and I'll make sure I have all the names, etc. Next week, but inspired by a real life fight that Sylvester Stallone had watched, and where an underdog beat Muhammad Ali, and it was his inspiration for the story. So yeah, I'm really excited about it. If you can watch 1, 2, 3, and 4, I know it's a lot of time, but I think the Rocky when we talk about what's the best film and sequel, most people say Godfather 1 and 2. If you say what's the best trilogy, some people say Back to the Future and Star Wars, the original trilogy, and Raiders of the Lost Ark, the first 3, the only 3. But when you say what's the best quadrilogy, it's really hard to find 4 that hold up. And the only 2 I could find that hold up for me are Toy Story 1 through 4 and Rocky 1 through 4. So we'll have to talk about what's a quadrilogy that really
there we go.
works.
We're gonna have to actually remember which one you like. No, I mean which one you like is which one you go, I like watching it, just because Rocky becomes Rocky.
Yep.
And there's certain people I like it because it's that,
Yeah.
So that's it.
And I think as a kid, it was always Rocky 3, right? Because that was because I
saw
it.
There we go. We're going.
Yeah.
Sandy, you done Rocky 3. Jay,
my favorite.
Yeah, out of the 4.
I think I go with Rocky, honestly.
Yeah,
you like Rocky. I'm gonna go Rocky 4.
You like 4?
I like Dolph Lundgren. I like that. You would
if you grew up during the Cold War,
yeah, but that's it. Yeah, but that is because it's just so cheesy. It's great. I love the, it makes you like, I hate to say it, and it really even for a Brit, it makes you feel like you're racing for the Americans. Go on, America, do it, do the shit.
I mean, it also gets at your heart, right?
I want to get us all and he does that, and you don't know what the fuck that guy's saying. And it's brilliant. And you're like, yes, bring up that American flag. And that was it. Like, that period was like,
oh my gosh, inspired by the hockey game. Yeah.
The America used to be cheesy as shit. Like anything like you had those American movies. You'd be like, you have to hold it. Do I have to like the American music? Do I need to stand up? I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know.
He just literally don't know what I'm doing. Like, hello, because they just went pure cheese of like Top Gun did it, didn't they? Like,
oh my god,
man. I didn't get the music and get the American flag, and then you're like, wow.
Yep.
I don't get what's going on, but it feels like I need to stand up and salute. Something like that.
That's patriotism, my friend.
It's cheesy.
Patriotism and a Kenny Loggins main title song. Yep.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
But that's what Rocky became. And I hate to say it, Rocky 1, really 2, and then like that, you just like, yeah, it's the American whatever movement. It's so funny, and then I love it. But that's it. You just like it. The cheese is gone sometimes.
So everyone, please watch as many Rocky films as you can. Listen to the sound, just like with Saturday Night Fever. I would
recommend Creed. I do like Creed.
I do.
I do want to watch those. Maybe this will finally spark my.
I've not watched the last one. What they kicked out Sylvester.
Have they done
Stallone
3?
Yeah.
Of those?
I think
it's the third one that Sly was removed from, right?
Yeah, that's the one that I've not watched yet. But I liked it. I even like Barbara.
I like a good fighting movie, whether it be MMA or boxing, whatever it may be. Like, I've always liked, I enjoy those movies. So I got to get around to watching Creed.
That's good. Yeah. Well, everyone has some good homework, and I will be so I'll be posting little shorts of my last trip to Philadelphia this week, just to remind everybody about Philly in the movie. And then on Friday, before, the day before Film Club, I will be live in Philadelphia. I'll be doing my live stream from the Rocky statue and the steps next Friday.
Nice.
I don't know what time I'll get there, probably about noon. But yeah, that's happening next Friday.
Now, the next film club is going to have to be if or what's going to happen, because some git might be having a kid.
Well,
No, not you, your missus, your wife. If you're having one.
Hey, you watch it. You don't want her to hear that.
At the same time, Sandy might be teaching also. So
yeah, I'm definitely teaching actually, and I'm teaching, and then I'm going to Philadelphia again that weekend. So yeah,
there we go.
So that's 2 weekends from now, right, Sandy?
Yeah, the 26th. Okay.
Yeah. So I tried to do a live birth stream, but Jay said no.
Yeah. couldn't get my wife to sign off on it.
Oh God, never do that. But yeah, so this is gonna be okay. We're gonna have to go hearsay. It might be, if it doesn't happen, it might be me and Jay. Might have a break. Might have just me, or just whatever break. So this is gonna be. Wait till we know. I'm guessing what's going on.
Basically,
yeah. So we're gonna get a little.
It could be a little up in the air for me the next few weeks, chat.
Yeah.
So this, stay tuned.
Yeah. So this might be the first additional. We might have a little baby crying in the background.
That would be awesome.
We'll definitely have that at some point. I'm sure his crying will coincide with Film Club at least.
And then it will start the dog off. So then you'll have the crying and the dog barking.
Yep. If you guys ever see me just dash out of chat or out of the stream real quick, there's commotion in the back. Nothing bad.
It's either vomiting, nappy change. That's it. Gotta go.
So Jay, has anyone told you how protective dogs are of infants, and how they will sympathy cry with the little ones? So I don't know if yours does the but you'll get both. You'll get them in stereo.
Oh yeah, can't wait for that. That'll be fun. But yes, I have heard that. So we're gonna see how my my little pup does with the little one.
Oh, that is great though. Oh,
no, it is. We're really.
It will get to nerve points. It will get to nerve points. That's it. Right. Anyway, in chat, do you think Jay's gonna cry? I think Jay's gonna cry. I was a crier.
At the wheel or at the birth?
No, at the birth. I gave a cry. Oh my
God. I expect some tears. For sure.
I was a crier, but I had to do it. Of course, I wasn't a but I had to do it through a thing. There you go. Mm-hmm. That's it. But yeah, I'm so it's great. A great moment. Not both. Is and isn't your wife's going to be like, you're a git. What did you do? But that's beautiful.
It's easy for us to say from our role in the whole thing.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, it's going to be great. That's it.
I can't wait. We're in like the last somewhere in the next.
It feels
3
like
weeks here, so it's like wow,
it feels like
real.
It's like really rushed. It's like that. So
it's been
we got to that.
Yeah.
So this one is maybe we'll have to see how it lands, because it might be things. It might be the first little nerd takes film club.
Could be.
Could be. So for maybe little nerd take
Tarzan, a nice animated one.
Oh my God, there we go.
Yeah.
It's going to be something weird. Yeah,
it'll be
really
something
intense.
bizarre from the depths of Stasis's memory and catalog here.
God, let's hope it's not Rosemary's Baby or The Exorcist.
I was actually thinking the same. Omen.
The Omen. Oh my God.
Omen comes up, we're like, okay, I'm walking out. Close it all down. Anyway, everybody, for Jay's gonna be. Let's find out.
Have a good one.
Let's have a good one. Dun, dun, dun. It's gonna be bloody Omen, isn't it? Oh, okay. It's one of yours. There you go. There we go.
Well, we needed one of yours.
And I'm thinking about doing a retrospective video on this movie too. So this is the perfect time for me to finally rewatch it again and do a video on it. It is great timing by the wheel, as always.
I really liked it too. I thought it was really well done.
Yeah, I love this movie. It was a good one.
Learn how to do. Oh, there we go. Whiplash. What's his name in it? Oh, I always remember him from Spider-Man.
J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons.
Mm-hmm. Him and Miles Teller, both really, really good in it too.
Yeah. There you go. Cool. And we got with Jay after we said you got a really dry spell. There you go.
Yeah. That was my first one since. Wow, not Sicario, was it?
Was it?
I'd have to go back and look. Could it have was Sicario
I can't
my
remember
last one? It might have been.
There you go.
Yeah, it's been a little bit.
We're going from to music, really, isn't it? To music, I suppose. Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, I haven't seen this since it came out. So that's a good.
Did you put the Matrix on, or did I? I think I put the Matrix on.
I would have, but I do think
we would have.
Right.
Yeah, or Ghostbusters, maybe.
Oh,
I don't know.
There's been a few that I definitely would have put on.
I think there's a lot of. We had a lot of ones, didn't we? Like everybody.
Yeah.
Like Ghostbusters. Mate, those are ones I would have put on had they not already been on there. So fair enough.
There you go. Excellent. There we go. A good little thing. What year was this? This
is like 2014, I think.
Is it that?
Yes.
2014.
Yeah, I want to say 2014 and 2015.
10 years old. Is it 10 years? Wow.
Yeah, okay. 10 years goes quick.
It does. Wait for it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a book. Okay, it's not a book. No book to read.
No book. You gonna play drums?
No. Oh God, no.
Jake,
every time I can't, but every time I watch this movie, I want to get like a little electric drum set to learn.
No, I've got no skill in that area.
Yeah, I'm not musically talented myself either.
I can play the drums. I just hate playing the drums.
Really? Oh,
yeah. I'm a guitarist, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Those, yeah, gotcha. So more the guitar. I can play the harmonica if you really. Shall I learn a Civil War one if we get Civil War? So learn one of those.
Yeah, I bet you there's a good tune you could learn.
I don't know.
Do
I think this isn't C.
What's it called? So. Ashokan, not waltz. What is it? Music from Ken Burns. Always go to Ken Burns. What's it called? Ashokan Farewell. That's the if you hear Ashokan Farewell, you'll know exactly what it is. Okay. It's the theme from the Ken Burns Civil War. And it kind of became the background music for like every Civil War documentary made afterward. Right. It's one of those really kind of somber kind of folksy.
I'll play Dixie
thing. Yeah. Oh no. That's not no.
What?
It's just not good. It's not good.
Well, you got two versions of it.
Yeah, but it's now it's associated, unfortunately. With
really?
the Southern cause. Yes, it is. I wish I were in Dixie. Hurrah, hurrah. In Dixieland, I'll make my stand to live and die in Dixie. Yeah, that's very Southern.
And then you had the other version. Because you had two versions. You had then because it got popular, you had the northern version, didn't you?
Oh, I don't know the northern version. I mean, the one that is okay universally.
Is it really now?
Very. Yeah.
No, I did not know that. I know what it is. I know that, but I didn't know it was now a no.
The one that is kind of universal to both sides and okay is the Battle Hymn of the Republic, but also it's used like even in the old Dukes of Hazzard television series, no.
It's a good song though. It's a good tune. I ain't saying it. Just musical. It's a good tune.
Mm-hmm. I wish I was in the land of cotton. Old times there are not forgotten. No,
but it's a good tune. It's a good tune.
It is.
Music tune. There we go.
It is.
Good tune. There we go. Anyway, back to Whiplash. Everything
somehow always comes back to the Civil War.
It does.
Sandy.
It's like the what do you call it? The 7
degrees of
Kevin Bacon. It's 7 degrees of Ken Burns around here for sure. Always.
No, so who directed it? It was only because he won a bit, didn't it?
That is a good question. It's somebody whose name I'll know too.
It won a bit because it was one of those ones everybody's like, oh, that's intense.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an intense one. It's a modern intense one.
So well acted. I mean, he had to win, right? For award.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 Oscars.
Damien. It was Damien.
I think he messed out. Did he? I think everybody thought he was going to.
No, he won.
Did he win? Okay.
J.K. Simmons won for Best Actor. Damien Chazelle was nominated for Best Writing.
Yeah, he was writer and director.
Tom Cross won for editing, and it won for sound. I mean, obviously,
it was nominated for Best Film, though, wasn't it?
I believe it was up there for Best Picture. I can't remember. There was a few good ones, if I recall.
Yeah, I think this year. I was going to say this year. I thought it was one.
Was that the Dallas Buyers Club year?
Birdman.
I can't remember.
So
Birdman.
Birdman.
Yeah.
It was American Sniper, The Imitation Game, Boyhood. This was the year they expanded it to 10 bloody nominees.
I hate that.
Imitation Game, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Selma.
I like that one.
The Theory of Everything. Good Lord, there's just too many.
Yeah.
I liked the Grand Budapest Hotel.
I liked that one. I liked it.
Yeah.
Thought that was an editing masterpiece. Really, truly.
That's Wes Anderson, right? I believe.
Is it, or what's his name?
Or is that the one that kind of has a similar?
Is that Willem Dafoe in it as well?
Let me see.
He played some weird bit of.
No, it was Wes Anderson. That's right.
Yeah. Willem Dafoe is in it. Well, it's primarily Ray Fiennes and F. Murray Abraham. I love F. Murray Abraham and everything. But yeah, Willem Dafoe's
Adrian
got
Brody,
creepy.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yes.
A lot of Harvey Keitel.
Jude
There's
Law,
a lot of actors. Bill Murray.
Ed Norton.
I always say this girl's name wrong because it's very
Sasha.
Irish, I believe. Is it
Saoirse Ronan?
Yeah, I can never say it right, but she's really good as well.
God, it's got Owen Wilson. Look, okay, is this not on our list? Is the Grand Budapest?
It should be. I really like this movie, honestly.
Put it on.
Put it on.
Yeah, I would throw it on.
Do it.
So
that is a good movie. I like that movie. That is one like that is a movie until somebody says it, I always forget about it, and you're like, oh, I like that movie. So yeah, it's like
the cast reminds me of The Death of Stalin. I mean, it's different act, but it reminds me of that eclectic, which I did put on the list, by the way, The Death of Stalin, and you hadn't seen it, have you? The Grand Budapest. All right, it's on the list.
There you go.
Great.
I will add it to the will. There you go.
I'm spelling it wrong.
But what? So what one? Sorry, what one? Then
the Birdman.
I started watching that movie and I couldn't get into it. I never finished it. I have to go back and finish it.
I get it. I get what they were doing. I don't. It's not a great movie.
I don't know.
It's watch it and then okay, I get what you did.
Big deal about it. I didn't get it. There was somebody who I was listening to in a podcast once. Maybe it was Gary from Nerdrotic. I can't remember who it was. Somebody said this, and if it wasn't him, I don't mean to misquote whoever might have said it, but it was something along the lines of like Hollywood just loves movies about Hollywood. And it really does feel so true the more time goes on. You feel like anytime something's about Hollywood, it gets pushed as like this great thing. And it's like, was it really like Birdman was one?
La La Land.
La La Land, another one. Right now there's
that's a 3 out of 10.
Yeah, like and they get pushed as if they're these great movies. There's a new one coming out with, or might already be out with Seth Rogen on Apple, I think, and it's called The Studio or something. And I haven't seen it, so I have no idea if it's good or not. It could be the greatest show ever. I truly have no idea. But
I've heard about
it's just
this.
I've heard it.
Yeah,
I've heard a lot too because they're pushing it like it's
amazing.
Brilliant. It's brilliant. Yeah. And I'm like, is it really, or is it just because it's seemingly based off Hollywood and it's Hollywood loving Hollywood again?
Yeah, I've heard. Yeah. I've not heard. I don't know what it's about. Everybody just saying
me neither, and I haven't heard a real
he's
person.
Great in it.
Right,
he's a new, he just looks like a new great actor. And I'm like, what we talking
one
about?
I can't. I just have a hard time believing that, given that it's Seth Rogen. But two, it's like I haven't had a real person in real life tell me that they like that show, recommend that show. I should watch. Not that every show that's good has to be recommended to you by somebody you know in life, but generally speaking, if things are good, even if they're kind of low key, like there's a few things on Apple TV that are low key, not huge names, but have been recommended to me. And the ones that I've already seen where I'm like Blackbird was a show that was on Apple TV. That's not groundbreaking. It's nothing crazy, but it was a solid quality watch. And I've had it recommended to me by friends. I've recommended it to other people. And, so even like these lesser known ones kind of get to you by word of mouth some way or another if they're good. And I have not heard a peep about this show being great other than just the promotion for it, which always, whenever I see that it's about Hollywood, my first thing is like, I go back to that quote. Like, I can't remember who the hell said it, but I'm like, yeah, Hollywood really does love when things are stories are told about Hollywood, as long as they're told in the light that Hollywood likes their stories to be told.
Mm-hmm.
Not the truth.
Yeah, not the truth. As long as it's framed in the way Hollywood appreciates it being framed, then they love stuff about that. And Birdman was one that I remember sticking out to me years later, where I'm like, I heard that quote be said, and I immediately went to yeah, that Birdman movie. They friggin' loved that movie come Oscar season, and I couldn't get through the first half of it. I thought it was boring as anything.
I watched it. Yeah, I've watched it once. That's it. That shows you a Hollywood movie. That's Hollywood, though.
Of that whole list I read, there's
Huh?
nothing else of that whole list I read that was nominated that year. There's really nothing.
There's some ones that I liked on that list, but I would have put Whiplash above.
Yeah.
And again, there's some that I haven't seen, but given that they didn't win either, I would have put Whiplash above Birdman.
Yeah, above that. Yeah,
I have an announcement to make.
Mm-hmm.
A breaking news announcement. So I've just added the Grand Budapest Hotel to our list as the 300th film.
Wow.
On our list. 300.
Is that 300 still active? Like
no.
Excluding the ones you've already done? Oh, okay.
Correct. So today was number 34. Today was our 34th, proper film club. Not including your special on Batman, or our special on Monty Python, or Dinner for One, because we don't count that one. But 34 full-length films that we have reviewed. So that means there are only 266 left to go. Only.
Oh, that's nothing.
That's weak. How many 266 we keep adding? If Hollywood do any good movies.
And that's the problem.
We forget about movies that we go, you know what?
Yeah, at some point we're not going to be adding anything newer. Nope, not happening. But yeah, that's a good ad. That's a really good ad.
Yeah. Anyway, on that, as it's getting very late.
It is getting late. Oh my gosh,
this is a long one.
Literally really 25 to 1. Yes.
Good Lord.
Anyway, Sandy, on that, what have you got going on?
Well, I didn't go hiking today because it was rainy and cold, but tomorrow morning I will be out doing another walking tour. So that'll be like 7:30 a.m. here, live stream. But then for the rest of the week, look for my channel to be posting everything Philadelphia as we are gearing up for Rocky, and I will be live streaming from the Rocky Steps on Friday at noon Eastern Time. Jay, what do you got going on besides the obvious?
Anything.
In terms of the channel, we'll see. As always, for the last few weeks, it's been a little bit of, kind of keep an eye out for Nerd Take stuff, because I just don't know. It's kind of the same. I'm in a little bit of limbo right now until the baby's here and I kind of know what's going on. So hopefully a lot of things are all coming together in terms of preparation with the nursery and all that. So hopefully I'll get a little bit of a window to create a few things and pre-record some things to release kind of over the next few weeks as I figure this stuff out. But so just as always, I'll be here next week, and keep an eye out on the Nerd Takes channel.
Cool. I'm just looking out for the next baby photo. I just want the first delivery. That's all it. That's it. I'm like,
trust me, I can't wait till the days here that I can send the photo along in the Discord.
My girlfriend's like,
very anxious.
When is it?
In a good way.
Yeah, that's it. And then me and Sandy can go by. Oh, now somebody else has to put up with that for the next year. But honestly, for me, I've got addicted back to Skyrim. I'm fully addicted. It's going well on the other platform, TikTok. So I might do that. I've got a couple other ones I want to do. I've got a couple of. I'm going to finish some series that I like, very vague. That I just want to give a review on. I'm going to crap the shit over them, but I will do a review on them. They are on there just like because they started so well, and then you're like, oh, now I need to finish it, and they're that bad. Apart from that, I'm halfway through Firefly, and I've started Xena again. Why not?
Oh wow, nice.
That's it. Yeah, and it's only because I keep on getting annoyed. I keep on like reading stuff about the Odyssey movie, and I'm like, oh, that's it. So I'm just like keep on going like that kind of Troy night thing. Yeah, it's It seems like they're not doing it right and they're rushing it just by people releasing it. I fingers crossed, because I would love an Odyssey one like that, and I like how Amazon removed the Odyssey series. There was an Odyssey series from the 90s that is terrible graphics, but was a very, very good. It's now been removed. Weird. You cannot find it. You can't even buy it. You can't even find it. When most things you can find and then buy it, it's been removed, but that's gone out of existence. Apart from that, not a lot really. Just gonna like chuck in when I can, mostly lunchtime streams if I can. So we'll do one of the things. But yeah, the Skyrim ones, what a game that is. Like, for being that old, just the mechanics of it, just the gameplay is brilliant. So yeah, we'll be playing that, and I'm going to chuck in some games, other ones.
Now, have you seen this new one, Blueprints, that everyone is playing? That I think Az played for 10 hours
was
today.
Streaming it. What's
that about?
I bought it. Oh my goodness. So number one, the graphic scheme is like a comic, and it's beautifully done. Second, it's a puzzle game, but it's not one of those annoying puzzle games where, okay, you get stuck or whatever. It has a story to it. It's challenging. It is addictive. I saw him playing last night, and I bought the game, and then I sat down and played just for like a minute last night because I was so tired. And then I picked it up again this morning while Az was playing for like 10 hours, and I was playing along, but then like he was solving puzzles that I hadn't gotten to yet, so I kind of had to not look. But really engaging, and the graphics and the music, it's very chill. It's not a spooky puzzle game. It's very Clue looking. I think you guys say Cluedo. We say Clue. But it's not creepy. It's just chill, and you're trying to solve a mystery. And I highly recommend it already. And I've only played it for 2 game days, so like an hour and a half. But yeah, check it out when you're done with your Skyrim. You might like it's Blueprints, like a prince of the realm, but it's really blueprints because you're using blueprints to find your way around the mansion. Yeah, it's really really cool.
Interesting.
Excellent. I'll have to check it out. I'll have a look on Steam.
I'll take a look at that.
Yep. Yeah, it was on sale.
I still want to play Anthem as well. But like,
I just downloaded that one because it was on Game Pass for PC. So I want to check that one out too.
I definitely will play that. But yeah, everybody sub to Sandy, sub to Jay, and then little Jay takes. We'll have a good. There we go, little Jay takes. Oh my god, I've just gotten the name. There we go. You can have a superstar in the present, better than all of us lot. Anyway, but yeah, Jay, Rocky, and then you can go in there fighting.
Yeah, Rocky, and then it's all up in the air from there. So we'll see.
Is it going to be like?
It could be.
You never know.
It
could be live. Gotta go, guys. Why?
Right. It could be in the middle of. Could be in the middle of the Rocky stream, and I just duck out real quick and leave you guys a message.
You just got to put your phone on, and then we'll watch you. We'll watch you run into the hospital. How far is the hospital away?
Not far, like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Quick ride.
You can run it.
Honestly, it's probably not even 20 minutes. Probably about 15.
There you go. Then you can definitely run it. I want a Rocky run. I was like, I'm in the flipping ambulance. What are you doing? I've got to do this for fun. Anyway, everybody, thank you very much for coming for a very difficult watch, but a very intense, very good one. Cromwell. The next, Sandy, what we got?
Okay, watch the copyright.
Yeah.
Rocky.
I think we'll be fine. Yeah. So Rocky, what year is that? Rocky? What year is Rocky? 70?
Mid 70s or is it a little later?
I'm going to.
Gotta be 76.
I would have said 76 or 7, so sounds about right.
All right, go on. I'm going 76.
I did not see it in the theater because I was not around.
Let me look here.
Let's see, all the Rockies.
Go on.
Because I saw 3 in the theater.
76. Yeah.
Yeah, I was way little for Rocky 3.
Yeah. Anyway, so all have a great one, and we'll see you this week with 3. Next week, possibly not, but the week after, hopefully before.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good. Definitely. Your girlfriend's like, just, yeah, hopefully. Your wife's saying yes. Anyway, have a great one, everyone. Have a great rest of the weekend, and we'll see you in the next. I really should have done an outro with Rocky music, but I couldn't. But yeah, have a great one.
We'll
Rocky. I would have got done.
I was going to say we need an intro for it, but true.
That one you'll get in trouble for
that. Anyway, have a great one, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.